spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Have you been enjoying your meals? Well, you may have consumed substandard cooking oil while at it. This after Kenya Bureau of Standards revealed that the 32 million litres of uncleared edible oils were released into the market even after the Bureau raised questions about it. Appearing before the Senate Standing Committee on Trade and Industrialization, KEB's Managing Director Esther said the oil had not been destroyed or shipped back due to an ongoing investigation, adding that 44 consignments out of the 73 that were shipped through the port of Mombasa had been cleared for entry into the market.
Are you telling us the public are consuming something that KEBS has rejected?
We tested 8 consignments, and the results that we have showed failure. As far as Kenya Bureau of Standards is concerned, these consignments were rejected, and therefore KNTC could not sell them out.
This product, by the fact that they did not contain sufficient amount of vitamin A as prescribed by the standard, they are substandard.
The consignment was released despite sample test on 8 of the consignments showing that the samples failed the vitamin A test and lacked insoluble impurities.
If goods are live with certificate of conformity, they normally get into the country. We do not do the test.
If you make a sample and the whole sample fails the test, I mean, statistically speaking, it means that consignment has failed.
Is it KEBS which is supposed to follow the consignment and destroy? And if you did, or you are supposed to inspect as the consignment?
Did we destroy the cooking oil after the 30 days? The answer is no, and the reason is because by the time, by the end of the 30 days, or by this time, this cooking oil was subject of investigation.
This is a matter that you are following up. As an editorial team, we shall be bringing you the very latest as the days go by. Now, the police service has denied claims that it is detaining 3 people believed to have been kidnapped in Kitengela last month. Addressing the press, DCI boss Mohammed Maina and Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja is asking you to give any information that would help with investigations. Amin said that it is sad that the department that is mandated with protecting Kenyans is accused of heinous crime, further adding that the police cannot be kidnappers.
What I've gotten from our officers is that we don't have the Kitengela 3 with us. But what I know is that a report was made and we have got an active investigation. Only the same.
As a penal code offense, we as officers of the National Police Service, we are supposed to deal with it decisively. It is unfortunate that we have received a lot of complaints regarding the abductions. The National Police Service is not involved in any case of abduction.
It has been a month since Longton Jamil Aslam Longton's brother and Free Kenya Movement coordinator Bob Njagi disappeared in Kitengela Monday, August 19th this year after being abducted by people believed to be police officers. And the Deputy Inspector General of the National Police Service, Gilbert Masengeli, is expected to appear before High Court Judge Lawrence Mugambi today for directions over his 6-month prison sentence. Now, this after another High Court Judge, Chacha Mwita, declined to grant him his wish to appear before Justice Mugambi to apologize for ignoring 7 court summons. Masengeli's legal team had pleaded with the court to allow him appear in court yesterday as the 6-month jail sentence takes effect today. Meanwhile, human rights groups under the umbrella Civic Freedoms Forum have called on members of the public to arrest Masengeli should he continue to snub court summons. From the Muslims for Human Rights Organization, this is Khalif Khalifa.
The law does not discriminate whether you are in a high position or lower position. But what we have seen, 7 court orders, and this guy, he defied each and every one of them. Surprisingly, the head of state, Ruto, so far kept mum. He didn't say anything. This guy should go to jail. If the law is applicable equally to everybody, then this guy should not remain at the position at all. Talking about citizen arrest, it is there in the Constitution. This guy could be arrested by citizen and taken to jail. We must develop courage to make sure Constitution is obeyed by everybody.
Now, President William Ruto has said that the rollout of the universal health coverage will require all government approach to mobilize Kenyans to understand the benefits of this transformative and inclusive program. Now, the head of state said this after meeting with Ministry of Health officials, governors and other stakeholders amid preparations for the universal health coverage rollout in October. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, you markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, "No, you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. Yeah. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo. You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person, or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
Windows
sleep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's the end of the week. Let's take a look at what's happening on the roads this morning. Not much for now. Usually Friday, we don't have much coming in, but who knows? Let's see if we can shake things up just a little bit, shall we? On the Thika Superhighway, not much going on at this point. It's probably not going to pick up until later. But of course, at the Pangani Tunnel, things are going to go a little bit slow as you're getting into the CBD. Coming out of Westlands, it's looking pretty good. Just past ABC Place, there's some traffic that's starting to build on Waiaki Way. And on Langata Road, I think we're all right for now. We will see some traffic around Magadi Road, as is usual. But all of this we're going to keep an eye on and see what happens as we get through it. Also, there's traffic, a little bit of it, coming off of the Eastern Bypass. So also watch and see what's going to happen. Stick with us. Let us know what's going on. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is Friday. It's the 20th of September, 2024. Good morning. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. How are you doing? We're everywhere. Yes? Ndu?
Yes.
Mambo vipi?
Mambo poa.
Eh?
Mm-hmm.
Who's that guy?
It's a black sheep.
Black sheep for life.
I know.
That's a good entry into the day.
Ndio.
How was your day? How was your day?
I'm trying to remember. Yeah. Why does it seem so far away? Yesterday.
Yes.
All my troubles seem so far away. I'm trying to remember what happened yesterday.
It's all a blur.
I believe in yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. Something.
Something.
But yesterday was all right.
Substandard.
Did it rain?
Not in any of the places I was at.
Not in your reality. I may have been in another universe at some point.
It was very, very hot yesterday.
The sun was shining, was it not?
Very, very hot yesterday.
Okay. Where? I'm on chapter 4, Eric. I think that's why. I am. That's why I was inside the computer doing this. Soon people will be calling me doctor.
Umefika chapter 4. Tunasonga. Very good.
By this time next year, you will not just be calling me Ndu anyhow.
You'll just be signing off Ndu Okoh, PhD.
Thank you very much. Where?
Keep going.
Je suis tirade.
Yeah. Very good. It's important. Hello, everybody. Today is Friday. We shall have several conversations. One, we'll start with our Health Friday conversation, and it will be about dementia and brain resilience. Medical anthropologist at the Aga Khan University Brain and Mind Institute, Dr. Ednah comes in at 7 a.m. Dementia and brain resilience. Okay. We need to know what is dementia. Which one is dementia? There's dementia. What else? There's
Alzheimer's. There's there's another one. There's another one. An aging disease. There's another one.
Well, she'll come and tell us all these brain diseases, right? Yeah, Dr. Bosire, when you get here, you come with that marking scheme. We want to hear. And then 8 o'clock, we will be hosting the Israeli ambassador to Kenya, Michael Latiff. Spotlight on the Israel-Palestinian conflict, the other side of the coin. Remember last week we hosted the Palestinian ambassador. Now today we host the Israeli ambassador. We want to hear, okay, so it's coming to a year of this conflict since that attack from the Gaza Strip by Hamas and the retaliatory force by Israel and the global reaction. What will it take to have a ceasefire here? What will it take for the ordinary, very innocent men, women, children of Palestine to actually see and know peace?
There are many interesting things happening. I think yesterday from the United Nations, we saw that Kenya actually was one of the signatories to a world's position that Israel actually should cease its attack. So I think it's a very interesting matrix now that's happening on the international scale. And Kenya assented to it as well.
Please stop this thing that you're doing.
It's too much.
Yeah. And then at 9 o'clock, we talk about consumers and consumer protection. Now, do you know that the law actually gives you a lot of powers as a consumer? If you think that you imagine a kunywa si tamu, you can do something about it.
Si tamu.
Mbona unaniuzia maji si tamu na nimelipa pesa. Okay? You can do something about it. And we will hear a lot more about it from Odhiambo Akwom, who is a consumer policy and regulatory compliance expert. He will be here at 9 a.m. to tell us more about that. All right? It is 6:15. What are we doing? We are live streaming this show everywhere where we normally do. Are we back on Radio Garden, Lydia? Yeah? Lydia, Ednah, Lydia, busy Kosimu. Are we back on Radio Garden? We don't know. We shall find out shortly. But say hello to all those people. How many people are we saying hello to?
Ednah, Regia, Avin. There's even Franco.
Umesema Ednah?
Sindio? Nisema Ednah tena?
Sema
Ednah.
Very good.
Nisema Lydia tena?
Sema Lydia Tosha. Say hello to all those people. They're here with us this morning, 16 minutes after 6.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
It's cloudy at 15 in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 14. 14 will also be the low in a partly cloudy Nakuru at 15, going to highs of 25. It's 15 and cloudy in Nyeri with highs of 25 and highs of 30 with lows of 25 in a partly already sunny Mogadishu. It's 22 and sunny in Mombasa with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 in Malindi as well, where it's partly sunny at 24. 20 and cloudy in Kisumu, highs of 29, while Kakamega at 16 is cloudy. We'll see highs of 29. Kampala is cloudy at 19, highs of 27, and 29 will be the high in a partly sunny Dar es Salaam at 24. Johannesburg at 11 is cloudy, highs of 15 and lows of 5, and we'll see Mogadishu partly sunny through Friday with highs of 30. 10 degrees and sunny in Addis, highs of 22, and Lagos is cloudy at 25 with highs of 30. 32 will be the high in a mostly clear Kinshasa at 23. It's raining Friday afternoon in Beijing at 16 degrees with highs of 17. Paris is cloudy at 15 with highs of 24, while London at 16 is cloudy. We'll see highs of 22. It's clear Thursday night in New York at 23. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 29 and lows of 19.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yes, it's 17 minutes after 6. Who is there?
Everybody is online this morning. Okay, so what are we looking at? Are you sure cooking... Okay, Don Sabo is asking hard questions. Are you sure the cooking oil you are using is not fake? Where? Eric Ndu Ombaso, hellos.
Mambo ni mengi. Hellos.
Interesting. When I came to Kenya.
Good mornings.
I thought that was so strange that you see a group of people and you say good mornings or highs. I still find it very strange till now.
Wachana wazungu. You say habari yenu, habari zenu, hamjambo. One person, hujambo. There are many people, hamjambo. These wazungus want to tell us that you say hello. Hello.
It's a greeting.
Good morning. One person. Good morning. Group of people.
It's one of those words that plural and singular at the same time.
No.
Felix Bosire says good morning while you're there ranting. The madness of the launching of new projects in this country is... Yet older ones are rotting is crazy. It's high time the Kenyan electorate wakes up. You guys should wake up. Good morning, Ombaso and the crew behind the desktop. Misalimiwa kila mtu the crew behind the desktop. Ndu Ukoje. Ukoje.
It's not your name, Mati. Okoh. No. Ni salamu.
I was going to say, no. I've seen my name butchered before, but this takes the cake.
Ni salamu, bwana. Kubali salamu.
Latiff vipi? Nipe kazi, I'm an IT expert, Yawa Spice. Okay. Yeah. Evans and Tabo says, good morning, everybody. Onganyi Malala says it's Friday. Kebs is a weak link. How do people just say random things like that? What do you mean? Jeremiah Wanjala says, good morning, my people. Good morning, Team Spice. Welcome home. A Spice and everything nice. Happy Friday. My eyes are itching, man. Why? Good morning, Eric and my beautiful Ifoma. Please, everybody just stop. Stop. Have you heard? I say it again.
Say it again.
Good morning, Eric, and my beautiful Ifoma.
What is Ifoma?
Ifoma is my middle name. Get out. Vesh Musanga. Vesh Musanga says, good morning, Team Spice, tuned in from the land of spices. That's Zanzibar. Good morning from New York. New York, what part of our country has Zakaya sold today? Wow, yay. Good morning, Team Spice. Rochester, Minnesota is where Tanoteka is. And Steve Menya says, top of the morning to you, Ndu and Eric. Feels great and optimistic to face the day. I claim victory for all of us. Amen.
Amen.
Leo says, good morning, Princess Ndu. Good morning, Leo. Ndu, Eric, CT is here, don't worry. And Ednah, with the back and forth in the interwebs between KK minions and bots in Nadani, it's very hard to believe your own government given its track record. This is true, I have to say. Leshan Sanchez says, good morning. I love you people, says Simon Ahago. Rastaman Kennedy says, good morning. Well, good morning to you. Nyakairo says, good morning, Spice family. Good morning, Ndu and Eric. Thank God it's Friday and the week has come to an end. Agola says, good morning, it's Friday and she's dancing queen, young and green on the tambourine. Yo. Fact said McCurry says good morning. Erica War is here. Deno Mwanza is also tuned in. Mbali, we see you. Faxad, what did you say? It's ironical seeing Ruto talk of obeying the rule of law while sitting with the latest lawbreaker, Masengeli. Wow. Okay. Abdullahi Ogello says it's Furahi Day. Good morning, everybody. Noam Wenda is also tuned in. Rogers is here. Wait. So many people here this morning. Kahugo, Fred, David, Carol Nyambura, Tunakupenda Pia. Sing on, Sister Ndu. We are singing. My Prince says good morning. Kelvin Mutegi is here. Mbali. Ali Ado is also tuned in. And it goes on and on and on and on and on and on.
What in Wengi?
What did you say? Ndu, Kenya did not assent to UNGA resolution. It abstained. Oh, Kenya abstained from the vote? Okay, interesting. Okay, we'll look at that.
Okay.
But there was a vote, and I think what we're seeing is that there was a vote to ask Israel to stop.
Okay,
so Kenya absented. Asante sana. Flowers to our super producer, Ednah Ombaso, as she proceeds on a long leave today. Ednah, don't go. Stay with me.
Ednah anaenda leave.
Please.
So mutumie yeye nini fair. Ya kwenda leave.
That's the only way I'll stop crying.
Ya kwenda leave. Hapana, kama ni hivyo basi. Haya. So, let me tell you the proverb. Final proverb from Libya. Okay? In the house of a man who has been hanged, don't talk of rope.
Don't do the what?
In the house of a man who has been hanged, don't talk of rope.
Don't talk of rope. Apply tact. Read the room.
Read the room.
Yep.
Be present. Emotional intelligence. Yes. Headlines.
On the front page of the Standard, sorry plea, praise and unfinished business. A new police boss took over yesterday and hit the ground running, and with it another promise of a new dawn for justice. But even as Gilbert Masengeli exits the top office with a prayer to court for forgiveness, the president praised his work. Sorry.
He's done some good, commendable work.
Okay. And failed to expressly call out the culture of disobeying court orders. Sour. Budget office starved of cash over revelations.
It's the budget office. It's the one that approves all expenditure, but it has no money.
Even to do photocopy. They cannot photocopy documents during audits because there are things they're saying now. Kuna mtu apendi so our pay pesa. How substandard edible oil entered Kenyans' kitchens. Woo! Israel enters new era of Mid-East war. It's important. It's one of the conversations that we will be having today. Madagascar tycoon bids to buy Zuku. Everybody just wants to buy everything in this country. Nyama choma and other Kenyan street foods now glow gobo.
Say again. Start.
Nyama choma and other Kenya street food now go global.
Okay. On Glovo.
Wait, stop it. Are you? The problem with Schiff is what's on the front page of The Nation. And there are people here. There's the Health CS, Deborah Barasa. There's the LSK Vice President, Maura Kabata. There's the Kupet SG, Akelo Misori. There's the KNUT SG, Collins Oyu. There's the FKA CEO, Jacqueline Mugo. And there's the Kotu boss, Francis Atuoli. All of these people, they have a problem. As government prepares to raid the pay slips, wow, nation, come slowly, of employees next month, looking for 168 billion shillings each year for its ambitious universal healthcare project, the data points in a different direction. Kenyans will fork out much more cash for much fewer benefits in a situation that puts to question the value for money.
Much fewer benefits.
Yeah.
Walala.
That is intended to ease the burden of medical bills for families. Where? The court also, meanwhile, has halted the registration of school-going children under the new health scheme. Remember, PS Belio Kipsang had come on Friday and said by Monday, all of you should have registered your children as dependents under Shift Shah. And we said, you're joking. Never going to happen. Now,
why though?
Why would not happen?
Why are people against that?
In 3 days. And it's a weekend.
So the issue is the 3 days.
The issue was the timing.
Okay.
And then you say it is mandatory.
It's mandatory.
And then in 2 days,
your children are not going to be covered.
That's not the issue. Let them be covered. However, you don't just wake up one morning and scratch your eye and say, oh, by the way, do like that. There must be a song for it. Hey, Wairimu, I see you, sister. You have to make some music with that voice. Bass. You've heard. In the evening, we go to the studio. Death, chaos, as tea farmers protest over poor bonus. Now, everybody has weighed into this thing. Ruto Gachagua factions battle over Waiguro's successor at the COG. COG is the Council of Governors. Kanja sworn in as Masengeli finds himself in a tight spot. A report on education lays bare the disparities between boys and girls' schools. And the back page is looking at that story of the chaos that took place over low bonuses for tea farmers. Voila.
Yeah. In the Star has very many pages today. I don't know what they're selling. Kuna kitu wanauza. Kuna kitu wanauza huku ndani. So, today is Friday. Usually Friday, top right-hand corner, in what color?
Burnt orange.
Brown. In burnt brown is siasa. But today, the top right-hand corner is still in teal green. And it's exclusive. Revenue hitches threaten Ruto's plan, says Ndindi. So they have interviewed Dede Nyoro, the chairman of Budget Committee in the National Assembly, and that's what now they're giving Kipaumbele. It's on page 6, that story. Bottom left corner, in burnt brown, siasa.
They've confused us too.
Yes. And today, the reason why the Star is so thick, it's a 16-page pullout. Adani deal signals execution of KQ. Adani deal signals execution of KQ from page 15 and on and on and on. So siasa is a pullout today. There's also a story of impeachment nightmare. Fresh ouster plot comes a week after over 60 legislators in Mount Kenya. So siasa has many things. DP Gachagwa's impeachment, active citizenship is possible, Masengeli court snub, and so on and so forth. Are we together? Are we together? Very good. Now, the KQ story is on page 15. I'll tell you more about it. Murder hearing. Sisters tearful as they testify in Yasin case. The sisters of Yasin Moyo, who was felled by a police bullet in 2020, on Wednesday gave tearful testimonies as they recounted his final moments. Yasin, who was 13 years old, was killed on the evening of March 30th, 2020 by a bullet allegedly fired by a police officer who was enforcing a curfew. Aisha Hussein and Hawa Hussein took to the dock to testify in the hearing in the High Court of Nairobi. March 30th, 2020, the country was on lockdown. So there was a curfew. 6 p.m., kila mtu ingia kwako ndio tufungie corona inje. Now, as people were doing that, the police were told enforce the curfew. It is alleged here that a police officer fired and a bullet went and found this 13-year-old boy. And he died. And the family now is in court testifying and just taking them back to that moment, and they broke down. Bang in the middle of the paper is a photo here of President William Ruto with the security chiefs, okay? So I see one of them is the incoming Inspector General of Police. What's his name? Douglas who? Kaja. The DCI boss, his name is? Amin Mohammed. Yes. The outgoing acting IG, who is the Deputy IG for Administration Police, his name is?
Mr. Masengeli.
Gilbert Masenge? Lee. The Deputy IG for the, whatchamacallit, regular police.
Who?
Whatchamacallit. What's his name? The Deputy IG for regular police. Okay, we don't remember. And then we see the this guy looks like the boss of prisons, and then next to him is the Chief of Defense Forces. What's his name? General who? Kahariri. Remember Kahariri? The General Kahariri is the Chief of Defense Forces. So this photo.
Eliud Kipkoech Lagat.
Eliud Lagat.
That is the deputy.
That's the DIG for National Police.
National Police.
Yo, who you up and a car. Very, very good. Very, very good. Nani boss Commissioner General of the National Prison Service. Wamesimama next to the man he should be imprisoning.
Yeye ndio anatamsindikisha leo by some 3 p.m.
Yes. He should present himself to the guy that he was with yesterday. Okay? The photo here has President William Ruto shaking hands with Gilbert Masengeli. Okay? Now, that's not the story. Bang in the middle of the paper. Hii ilikuwa picha tu. The photo. The headline. Fight. Some MCAs in Cheke have joined MPs in anti-DP Gachagua crusade. Rigathi plots Mount Kenya tours to counter rebels. Ruto's number 2 plans marathon meetings from Githurai. Anaanza Githurai akienda kwa mlima.
Campaign.
Kusecure mlima.
Wacha nikuulize.
Naona ni kama wanataka kuuza mlima.
Wacha nikuulize.
Uliza.
Kazi inafanyanga saa ngapi?
Si hiyo ni kazi.
Kazi ya serikali.
Si hiyo ni kazi ya serikali.
Okay. Hatuna shughuli.
Ala. Wherever you see the president or the deputy, they are doing government work.
Okay, sawa.
Right?
Okay.
In the Business Daily, U.S. rate cut brings cheer to Kenyan top investors. The shilling was late yesterday, exchanging at an average of 129 to the US dollar, having opened the day at an average of 129.20, signaling a positive reaction to Wednesday's decision by the U.S. Federal Reserve to cut the interest rate. The move by the U.S. Central Bank is also expected to trigger gains for investors in the NSE. The Fed cut its base rate by 0.5 percentage point to a range between 4.75% and 5%. Its first since March 2022, when it was forced to start tightening its monetary policy in response to rising inflation. So hiyo sasa imeanza kusaidia, at least sasa dollar imeanza kuwa a bit cheaper.
Cheaper?
It's becoming a bit cheaper.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, those who are out there who want to send dollars, can you start sending them today? Because it is going to get cheaper. Your dollar will earn us less shillings. So send your dollars today when it is still 129, because maybe next week it will be 1.
You're such a mess.
You never know. You never know. Hiya. They have today, there's the feature on the Business Daily on Friday is usually called The Life, where they profile somebody. Today they're profiling Anne Njogu. Anne Njogu has been an activist for many years. Anne Njogu's mind is full of thoughts wedged into other thoughts, big meanings that find different meanings. Hey, these are some of the things that she says. I'd like to die empty.
Oy.
Children choose us, we don't choose them. The thing that you're looking for is looking for you. Hey, quotable quotes from Anne Njogu. She is a trained lawyer, she is a gender rights activist, and the former director and founder of the Center for Rights Education and Awareness, CREW, which documented sexual and gender-based violence during the 2007 post-election violence. She was a drafter and lobbyist for the Sexual Offences Act, which became law in 2006. So today, the profile is for Anne Njogu. Yeah, you thought it's Anne Njogu of Radio Maisha.
By the time we started talking about activists, I knew it had to be Anne of
Okay. Let me give you, I've told you the star.
Yes.
And no, the ticker headline on the Business Daily: non-tax revenue from parastatals post biggest increase. Banks face mandatory climate risk disclosures. a standoff as investors seek higher returns from CBK bond sales. Ha ha ha. And then there's boss talk. Today they're talking to a gentleman called Peter Jogona. Peter Jogona is the Sacco Society's regulatory authority. Recently published its annual supervision report on operations of 357 deposit-taking and large non-withdrawable deposit-taking SACCOs. The SASRA chief executive is Peter Jogona. He spoke to the Business Daily. All right. Hivyo ndio kunakaa.
Ni sawa sawa.
Sawa sawa.
Yeah.
It is 35 minutes after 6, 25 minutes to 7. Let's take a look at traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, so what's happening? It's a few minutes after 6:30, and still finding that the thicker superhighway not too bad. Till you get to Survey, it's going to slow down as you get towards the underpass. Coming out of Western's, no thing. Some traffic starting to build up on Waiyaki Way. Let's look even further than that. And as you come in from Gitaru, there's no problem at all. Is fine. You're also looking good coming out of Kiambu County. Lower Kabete is also not too bad going towards Spring Valley. And as you get onto Waiyaki Way, you should be all right this morning. Who's this? This is the Southern Bypass. And I don't know why that there's a trickling of traffic starting to form on the Southern Bypass. Perhaps folks using the scenic route to get into the city, but we're going to watch all this and see what happens. But it just does look like there's a lot of traffic on the Southern Bypass this morning. Wagwan, do tell us what's going on. How'd you do that? SpiceFM KE on X. # the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's important to note that you now have a new Inspector General of Police.
Okay.
All right. It happened quickly. Confirmed, appointed, sworn in, done, dusted.
Very good.
The cap was put on his head by the president. Okay? But then what does that mean? Because he was very quick to say a number of things yesterday after his swearing in and, congratulated by the president, etc. Ruto hailed him and his inbox, or what do they call that thing on the table? Intray, that one, is bursting at the seams. Douglas Kanja took over leadership of the police service yesterday, accompanied by renewed promises of a new dawn for justice. So before, things were looking whatever. But today, Friday, the sun is shining on justice and things will start to happen. I think it is also interesting that as he was sworn in yesterday, the two brothers were found. They were dumped in Kiambu County. But unfortunately, Mr. Njagi is dead. His body was found yesterday. So the new police boss comes into office. Two gentlemen that have been looked for since the 19th of August are dumped on the side of the road by their captors. And Bob Njagi, unfortunately, is dead. As the acting Inspector General, Gilbert Masengeli, exited office with a plea for the courts to forgive his defiance of orders, the president failed to directly address the growing trend of disobeying court orders by senior officials within his administration, not working too well. The newly appointed Inspector General, Douglas Kanja, hit the ground running, vowing to ensure thorough investigations into the whereabouts of 3 missing Kenyans. Well, he said that in the afternoon, and by evening things had changed. He had been accused of downplaying the disappearance of land rights defender Bob Njagi, now the late, and brothers Longton Jamil and Aslam Longton. So, like I said, their captors left them around Kiambu yesterday evening.
What time?
That was in the evening.
So who found them?
They made their way, along the road, and then they identified who they were. So we'll give the details of that. I'll read the story for you.
Okay.
The case landed Masengeli in trouble, leading him to a 6-month jail sentence for contempt of court. While reiterating the need for government institutions to operate independently, President Ruto praised Masengeli for his exceptional performance in the absence of a permanent office holder. He said, and I quote, "I must commend the acting Inspector General and all officers for supporting the National Police Service, ensuring continuity and clarity on matters of security. This is what he said after formally installing Kanja and presenting him with instruments of authority. Now, today is the day when Masengeli is supposed to present himself, or whether I don't know what happens. Will he be arrested, brought to prison? Will he go to industrial area?
It's a wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that will all play out. He prayed, the prayer before the court was that he be forgiven. On one side, the thing is that it's a little too late. On the other side, it's possible that, he won't even spend a minute behind bars. So that's what's happening. New IG of police at the same time. Questions then around what is going to happen when it comes to justice in the country.
So his lawyers went to court yesterday.
Yes, they did.
And they went before a different judge, Judge Muita. And they're saying, please, you see, Justice Mugambi was sitting in a 3-judge bench, hearing a different matter. And Masengeli's lawyers go to Judge Muita and say, please tell Mugambi to come out of court because Nani is here to see him. Masengeli has come.
Today.
Masengeli has come and he's very, very apologetic. He's here, by the way.
Actually, by the way,
Judge Muita is like, I cannot ask a fellow judge to leave, to stop doing what he's doing, to come and hear you. You had
all this time.
You had all this time.
You had all this time to come. You decided to come in the afternoon, the day before you're supposed to present yourself.
So he was supposed to have presented himself yesterday, by end of day yesterday, to avoid going to jail. Now that he did not appear before Justice Mugambi by end of day yesterday,
he'll go to jail.
What Masengeli is required to do by court order is present himself to the Commissioner of Prisons and say, I am here.
Take me.
Nipatieni chai.
Give me the stripes.
Yes. Na mattress. Na munipatie cell number. Na prison number. My friend.
Where?
This country of ours, this one. It is one of those. I am telling you.
I want to tell you very, very quickly, at least the statement that we heard from the LSK yesterday in terms of the two brothers.
Yes.
Okay. Of course, it was on X, and Faith Odhiambo was very quick to say, of course, she says, I am informed that Jamil Longton and his brother Aslam were dumped at Gashie border of Kiambu and Nairobi by their captors. Every prayer and intervention made a difference. We thank God that they are safe. They were released, and there is actually a picture of them standing together at night.
And this was posted at 3 a.m. by Faith Odhiambo.
Yes,
this
was
morning
3
at 3.
This morning. Yeah. So, of course, many questions. And it's interesting that they were released today, into the night, on the day when, you had a new IG of police who had said, if anybody knows anything concerning their disappearance, we're asking Kenyans of goodwill to come forward and let us know.
Yay.
And then we had then also seen that before that, there are statements of the death of Bob Njagi. We had, and I'm just going to read what Okoh Tata posted about Bob Njagi, excuse me. And he said, I'll find it in a minute, but he was, very sorrowful that it's unfortunate that we had to lose such a life in such a way. So he had actually turned up dead, but I will find that in a minute. So just go ahead.
Hey. Okay. Yeah, that would be very, very sad. That would be very sad. Anyway, it's good that those two brothers, I hope that they're fine, health-wise and all. Report lays bare the disparities between boys and girls schools. A new study interrogating gender equality in Kenya's education sector shows that more boys of school-going age are out of school. The study report shows that on average, school-aged boys were 1.2% more likely to be out of school than girls. It also shows that the percentage of boys out of school was much higher at 10.4% in female-headed households than in male-headed ones. The percentage of girls out of school was, however, the same in both male and female-headed households. This one is called the Gender Report 2024. What is the state of gender relations transformation in our basic education? And it indicates that 19% of preschool children and children of primary school age are out of school. The study, conducted in June and July last year by Usawa Agenda in conjunction with Echidna Giving, Wellspring Philanthropic Fund, and Imaginable Futures, covered 39,298 children aged between 6 and 15 years and 1,813 primary and 1,342 secondary schools across all the 47 counties. It lifted the lead on perceived favoritism towards boys' secondary schools, which are almost 10% more likely to be offering computer lessons than girls' secondary schools. Boys' secondary schools were almost 3 times more likely to offer computer lessons than mixed secondary schools. According to the report, boys' schools are also more likely to own a lab than girls' and mixed schools. The study found that 61.5% of boys' schools own a chemistry lab, compared to 42% of girls' schools and 20% of mixed schools. Can you imagine? Hey, 20% of mixed schools have labs.
Do you want me to start shouting this morning?
You know, mixed schools, in very many cases, when you find day schools, they are likely going to be mixed schools.
Yes.
So 20% of day schools, no lab. A higher number of boys' secondary schools at 63.5% were found to have functional libraries compared to girls' secondary schools at 46% and mixed secondary schools at 25%. However, a higher number of girls' secondary schools had libraries linked to online resources compared to boys' schools. As in, our education system is just like this.
Formless and desolate. So, you see the way it says the way the earth was before God said, let there be light. Things were just, no, actually, no, that's even better. You know when the sound is not clear, it's not distinct, and you're just saying, that's it. That's what's happening.
It's a rambling.
Just, I can't. I am unable to can.
It's just a rambling that is just rambling.
20% have labs. So, you start to wonder, those people who passed the lab required sciences, how did they do it? Not even passed. How did they learn? Biology, chemistry. How did they do it?
Bila lab.
How? And then we talk about the quality of education, and you don't want to ask the question. We don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the equipment that's necessary, and nobody's checking to make sure that it's actually there, and then nobody gives a damn. And then we're just churning out these poor children who finish every year, and they have actually not met the mark. The truth of the matter is that they've not met the mark because there's nobody who's following up. Why do they have a lab? We don't know. When will they have a lab? We don't know. Is there a reason why they don't have a lab? We don't know. Did they pass? Somehow. See you to little Maliza. We're okay with being mediocre?
Tumezoea.
Yeah.
Kenya abstains as UN pushes Israel on occupation of Palestine. So Kenya on Wednesday abstained from voting as UN members passed a resolution demanding Israel ends unlawful presence in Gaza Strip within a year. Those are the words of the resolution. The resolution demanded that Israel withdraws from the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. It was passed as the Israeli-Hamas war approaches its first anniversary on the 7th of October. Kenya, Ethiopia, Canada, the DR Congo, Rwanda, and South Sudan were among the UN members that abstained from voting on the resolution that was backed by 124 countries. Kenya's decision is curious because Nairobi in May supported Palestinian territories to sit in the UN General Assembly. The resolution on Wednesday was the first to be drafted by Palestine in Unga. Uganda, Tanzania, Djibouti, Burundi, and Mauritius voted for the resolution, whose origin was based on a case filed at the International Court of Justice by South Africa. The ICJ, based in The Hague, ruled on July 19th that Israel's presence in the Palestinian territory was unlawful. The 15-judge bench had listed violations committed by Israel, including building and expanding settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, exploiting Palestinian resources like water, annexation of land, and discrimination against Palestinians. The ruling, however, was non-binding. Kenya abstained even though it said it supports the quest for Palestinian statehood and independence. 43 countries voted against it. The country's permanent representative to the UN, Ekitela Lokale, said Kenya backs the centrality of political solutions in resolving conflict, but he chickened out of voting.
Who chickened out? He himself. Because he's the one who would make the vote. Okay. It's getting stickier and stickier by the moment. And I remember the position that Israel's, and again, we'll have a conversation today, but Benjamin Netanyahu, when he gave that scintillating speech before Unga, he basically said, whether we have to stand alone or with people, we will stand alone. So they really don't care about, whether you're with them or not. He said, we've always stood alone.
But that...
He said, we've always stood alone, so we will stand alone. Have they, though? Their allies...
Is he saying that Israel has stood alone? That Israel has never had a... Come on.
That Benjamin. They would never... Basically, what Benjamin Netanyahu said during that speech was that with or without your backing in the things that we've done in history, we would have been able to still maintain the position that we have. So, in this case, he's saying... You need to? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the problem with SHIF. As the government prepares to raid the payslips of employees from next month, looking for 168 billion each year to fund its ambitious universal healthcare projects, the data points in a different direction. Kenyans will fork out much more cash for fewer benefits in a situation that puts to question the value for money in a plan that is intended to ease the burden of medical bills for families. So the point of it all is to ease the burden. Will it actually be the case when we see the rollouts in the next couple of weeks? Now, it's being called the problem with SHIF, and it's facing resistance, apparently. Kenyans will part with 2.7% of their income as the Social Health Authority and its supporting institutions roll out universal health coverage, but the design of the program is facing resistance. Now, the state creation will replace the National Health Insurance Fund as government promises to ease the burden of medical bills by providing healthcare to all Kenyans through the steep increase in individual monthly contributions. So if there's more money that's coming into the pot, the idea is that that money then will be able to stretch across and help everybody. SHA will be the administrator of 3 funds. We know this: the Primary Healthcare Fund, Social Health Insurance Fund, and the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund. But as the government raids payslips looking for 133 billion shillings each year to fund the ambitious universal healthcare plan, it emerges that Kenyans will fork out much more for much less. For instance, after giving birth, mothers will be limited to only two free postnatal visits. Okay? After you give birth, you can only visit twice. Under NHIF, mothers and their children had access to postnatal and other related services at no cost for up to 6 months after delivery. The government says that in the event of an accident, you will be evacuated from the point of the incident to the nearest facility with an accident and emergency center. Patients requiring emergency and further clinical care from the facility will be transferred to more advanced facilities, regardless of registration or premium payment status. Now, in the same breath, the government admits that road evacuation services have been suspended for the past 2 years due to the limited resource pool and unsustainability of the cover. Do you get it? SHA will also inherit the same systems and environments that NHIF was operating in, such as ill-equipped hospitals with demoralized doctors and nurses, which begs the question, what will be different? That's the thing. What will actually be different about all of this? Because you're just taking one system and moving it and giving it a different title. Are we still in the mud?
You know, since October last year, when this thing was launched by the president, right? On Mashujaa Day, 20th October, in Kericho County, the government has had a year to communicate. The government's communication on the universal health coverage and its rollout has been completely shambolic. Former CS Nakumicha was saying one thing. NHIF was saying another thing. SHA was saying a different thing. The president's advisors are saying different things. Cabinet secretary, new cabinet secretary saying this thing. The principal secretary is saying this and the other. The other stakeholders, as in, it's just completely, it's not clear this is what we are doing.
And it's all the
all
same
you
thing.
know is 2.75% of your salary is going to be deducted. That's clear. That one is clear.
What you will get is not clear. How will you do it? It is not clear.
From when, from where, how?
Where you can go and actually be ensured that you will get medical care treatment, it is unclear.
You're told register. Even how you register and then what you do after registering, it's not clear. As in, it's just shambolic.
Shambolic.
Bas. Yo. Someone said, the Social Health Insurance Fund is SHIF. People are saying Social Health Insurance Tawe. Which is?
Yeah. Okay.
Kenyans could be consuming substandard cooking oil due to negligence by officials from the Kenya National Trading Corporation, senators heard yesterday. A committee heard that 73 consignments of cooking oil were imported by the KNTC last year, out of which 44 were inspected by the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS. The Quality Assurance Agency submitted that 8 of the 44 consignments were found to contain a total of 293,800 20-litre jerrycans containing 5.88 million litres of substandard cooking oil. 5.8 million litres of substandard cooking oil. It is this cooking oil that senators heard could have made its way into the market. Appearing before the Senate Committee on Trade and Industrialization, KEBS CEO Estangare submitted that the edible oil shipments arrived in the country on diverse dates between May 2023 and November 2023. She explained that out of the 44 consignments, KEBS targeted 8 consignments for destination inspection. Samples of edible oil were drawn from the consignments for testing against the requirements of KS EAS 769 2019 Kenya Standard Specification for fortified edible oils and fats. Out of the 8 sampled consignments, a total of 7 failed. Out of 8, 7 failed in vitamin A, while 1 consignment failed in both insoluble impurities and vitamin A. The committee, that's chaired by Kajiado Senator Lenku Oleganar, was also told that the KEBS recommended for the holding and destruction of the consignment by KNTC, or they be returned to source. According to data related by the committee, the whereabouts of these consignments are now not clear. KEBS said, destroy this thing or return to sender.
So KEBS said destroy it on the basis that it was below standard. What are we talking about? The oil was rancid? Because you also know that KEBS, when they talk about standards, that they...
We have a standard in this country.
Exactly.
And it says, if in the event, in terms of edible oil, this is our standard.
Okay.
It must have X amount of vitamin A. It must have this allowable needs of insoluble impurities. Now, these ones, they failed. There was excess insoluble impurities, and there was, I don't know whether it's excess or less vitamin A. So these are not suitable for Kenya.
So how did they make their way past and then onto the shelf?
From that point?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a question.
Oh.
KNTC was told, all right, you guys,
destroy.
Hold these things, destroy or take them back. Now, from there, it is not clear. According to Gary, she revealed that the first consignment of the edible oils in 53,200 20-litre jerrycans was rejected on May 6th. It was imported by Malaysian firm Multicommerce FZC.
Pole.
It goes on and how the consignments arrived. So she was asked, but now when you test something and you find that out of 10, 7 samples have failed, what does that say about the product? Will you still go ahead and approve the rest of the shipment, or should the samples serve as a red flag? She said, we had already rejected the oil. We did not destroy the oil because by the time the required 30 days were lapsing, the consignments were already subject to an investigation by DCI. We communicated to KNTC the action that needed to be taken. Destruction usually is a multi-agency undertaking. So they had 30 days. Within those 30 days, DCI ameingia hapo kwa story. Oh, we are investigating.
Investigating, and the oil is...
As the DCI was investigating, just like it happened in Gigiri the other day.
Yeah. Smoke, dust, and then dust settled and there's nobody. Dust settled, there's no oil. Oh, lolo. Okay, so I just have to clarify that the reports about Bob Njagi and his position are not clear at this point.
Not confirmed.
There are many reports that he is deceased, and there are also some that are unconfirmed. And so we have to leave it at that. It is unconfirmed. So we just need to be clear about that.
Okay. It's important. It's coming up to 7 a.m. In the next hour, we talk about dementia. All right? And that will be our Health Friday conversation, joined by a doctor from the Aga Khan University. Good morning, 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Now, Senate Majority Leader Aaron Cheruiyot has dismissed allegations that he brokered the deal between the Kenya Airports Authority and the Indian conglomerate Adani Group for the leasing of the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Cheruiyot refuted the claims, terming them a character assassination attempt, reiterating that he is a man of integrity who had worked hard for everything that he has.
That gentleman, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to put it straight to him that my lawyers will be reaching out to him. I have a name to protect, Mr. Speaker. It is in the interest of this House, Mr. Speaker, that they know that they are majority leader. That's why my colleagues who are here know that this matter has been on the floor of this House for quite a while. I have not spoken to a single person asking them to either consider that matter this or the other way, because I respect the business of this House, Mr. Speaker.
He rubbished Adani deal whistleblower Nelson Amenya's remarks, clarifying that he has neither met the Adani Group owner nor does he have any links to the company and its agents.
I wanted to put it on record that number one, I don't work for KAA. Number two, I don't work for the Ministry of Transport. I don't know on what condition somebody can allege that I brokered a deal between Kenya and another foreign entity whose owner, agents, I have never met, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have worked extremely hard in my public life to protect my image. Those who know me and have worked with me long enough can speak to my integrity as a person, Mr. Speaker. I don't do those kind of things. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, even as a country, as we call for new levels of accountability, Mr. Speaker, doesn't it behoove us that we behave better than those that we accuse of committing certain ills?
MV Uhuru 2, the first cargo ship to be built on Kenyan soil, made its maiden trip transporting steel cargo to Uganda. Speaking at the handover ceremony held at the Kisumu Shipyard Limited, Defence Cabinet Secretary Soipan Tuya indicated the significance of the milestone, which she says places Kenya ahead in terms of shipbuilding.
The vessel is a symbol of progress, resilience, and the boundless potential of our maritime sector. A significant part of this success story is the vision of Kenya Shipyards Limited, which is to catalyze our nation's shipbuilding and repair industry into a leading hub of excellence in the Eastern African region.
The ship is expected to enhance the cargo capacity of the Kisumu port, which recorded a cargo throughput of 127,000 tons in 2023. Transport CS Davis Gesture said that the vessel will boost transportation and ferrying of cargo in the region.
A combined both vessel MV Uhuru 1 and 2 will play a vital role in Kenya's ongoing efforts to harness the potential of its blue economy, which includes fisheries, aquaculture, transport and tourism. In addition, the vessel improve fuel efficiency, reduce crew requirements like we've been told, and enhance operational capacity, making it a more sustainable and cost-effective solution for maritime logistics.
The 2.4 billion shillings ship was built at the Kenya Shipyard in Kisumu by the Kenya Defence Forces with technical support from the Dutch company Damen. Now, striking lecturers are vowed to continue boycotting work despite the Employment and Labour Relations Court ordering them to return to work. Now, Justice Jacob Gakeri issued a temporary injunction against the University Academic Staff Union, or WASU, prohibiting them from calling, inciting or encouraging further strike actions. But WASU leaders have dismissed the directive.
This
strike was called on 11th of September. Yes. 11th of September is not affected. We are not calling for any industrial action which is new. So we will abide by the court order. We will not issue another strike notice. And that court order is not retrogressive. This should be understood. So as these members stand behind me, they are in a legally protected strike. We shall only go back to work after we strike a deal.
Now, Sirisia Member of Parliament John Waluche will today know his fate in the 300 million shillings case involving the National Cereals and Produce Board. Waluche filed an appeal against the 1 billion shillings fine slapped on him or serves 57 years imprisonment after being found guilty in the corruption scandal. Before submitting the appeal, now Waluche paid 10 million shillings bail as he contested the charges against him. Court of Appeal judges Asike Makandia, Sankale Olekantai and Grace Ngenye were hearing his appeal, which is being decided today. Through his lawyers Amolo and Elisha Ongoya, Waluche told the judges that the 313 million shillings he was paid followed the law and that there was no crime committed. However, the prosecution led by Alexander Muteti asked the judges not to grant Waluche bail, considering that the scandal he was involved in was worth millions of shillings. Muteti told the court that the sentence against the Sirisia Member of Parliament was deserved because it was based on the law. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, a few minutes after 7 o'clock, what's going on the roads today? Still not seeing too much happening on Magadi Road. We'll just watch out for that. Whatever is happening on the southern bypass earlier, that seems to have leveled out, so not an issue there. Jogo Road heading out towards Landis, starting to pile up. And we're also looking at traffic on the Thika Superhighway coming in from Survey through towards the CBD. Muranga Road and then heading towards the Globe Cinema roundabout, already very, very busy this morning. All right, we're keeping an eye on things and see what happens as we get into traffic hour this Friday. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 7 minutes after 7. How are you doing? Thank you for joining us. Kenya's biggest conversation, the second hour of this final day of the week, Friday the 20th of September 2024. We are live on KTN, of course, on SpiceFM, of course, on YouTube, of course, on Facebook, of course, on X, of course, on TikTok, of course, on Radio Garden, of course. Yeah. And everybody who's joining us has an opportunity to go onto their mobile devices and download what?
Download the Loop app. So what is that? So Loop is a lifestyle, not just 1, 2, 3 way of doing things. It's a lifestyle, okay? It means that everything that you do in your daily, make payments, pay your utility bills, move money from here or there, get an overdraft, get a personal loan, set up standing orders. If you're a business person, pay your merchants, advertise your business. You can imagine this circular way of doing things is what Loop has offered to you. So we need you to download the app. Go to your Google Play Store or Apple App Store, download it, register, and get on to doing your business. And you don't even have to move. We're going to offer you something even better. Download that app through the day. Send send a DM of a screenshot of what you've downloaded, and Edward Quach on the Spice Drive today could offer you 5,000 bob just because you did.
Hivo. And it's very easy actually to download and then to register. You just follow the steps. Have your ID ready, okay? Because at some point it'll tell you, please scan the front and the back of your ID. Of course, they're doing that because Loop is linked to NCBA Bank, which is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. So we're talking about something that is legal and is regulated. Sawa. So when you do that, it's like you're knowing your customer details. They'll ask you for an email. They send you an email for you to verify. They send you a link. You click on the link, you verify, and then your app is up and running.
There you go.
And you can now start depositing and doing all those things. And from that point on, you can send money. You can send money to mobile devices. You can send money via Pesa. You can all those things.
Everything.
Peace of mind. And mind is important. That's why Dr. Ednah Bosire is our guest for the next hour. Dr. Ednah Bosire is a medical anthropologist at the Aga Khan University Brain and Mind Institute. Daktari, good to have you here, and we're glad that you're here. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here.
Karibu sana. Don't you agree that, the many things that you do that just make your mind to stop overthinking and overdoing are good for you?
Yes.
Like that one, downloading Loop. The other one is when you think about how to spend money and, you think about communicating. So you are a family person and you're thinking, I've got, children in school, I've got family members who are at home or elsewhere or at work, and I'm here where I am. I'm at the university, I'm teaching, and I've just been called that there's an emergency, or I've remembered there's something I needed to leave instructions, and I just forgot, and I need to call right now so that I can give those instructions. When you go to call, you realize you don't have airtime. So you had bought airtime yesterday, you spoke for long with your colleague, airtime imeisha at the point when you need it most. And you're just thinking, now this is another long process. I don't have much time. So the thing that Safaricom has done is also brought in peace of mind. Okay? They've said, let's come up with an all-in-one package. Because people find themselves in those situations. You want to call, you don't have airtime. You want to browse, you don't have data. You want to send a message, or you want to do a USSD transaction, right? You want to go into your banking via USSD. You need airtime for USSD. So all those things become issues. And that's how Safaricom said, let's come up with one package called the all-in-one package. The all-in-one package says, if you just go to your mobile device, dial *544#, it will bring a suite of other options. Go to option number 4, which is go monthly. When you go monthly, it will come in with the all-in-one. Select all-in-one, then it gives you various options. And you will see those options. Select the one that works for you. See the one that gives you this number of minutes talk time, this number of SMSs per month, this amount of data. The one that works for you, based on what you see as your need, is what you select. And from that point on, for the next 30 days, peace of mind. You want to call? Call. You want to send a message? Send. And it's free WhatsApp.
No interruptions.
Imagine. How is that, Daktari? Again, peace of mind, right?
Exactly.
Very good. We are going to talk about peace of mind throughout this morning with the Daktari, dementia and brain resilience, and she'll tell us more about it. But before you do that, I'm going to welcome you with the day's proverb. City is not in. He's taken a couple of days away, but he left us with the proverbs. This week, the proverbs have been from Libya. Today's proverb from Libya, give us your interpretation of it. In the house of a man who has been hanged, don't talk of rope. In the house of a man who has been hanged, don't talk of rope.
Wow. That's quite interesting. Yeah. So do you want me to?
Yeah. What's your interpretation of it?
I might not be quite sure, but I think, okay, that's all.
Think about it. What comes to mind when you hear this proverb? I mean, what do you think? What does it tell you?
I think I would have actually said talk about it because if something has happened, So avoiding to talk about it could even lead to more. I'm thinking from a brain health, a mental health perspective. Avoiding talking about it could lead to more consequences. So I will say maybe talk about it and try to address the issue. Why did it happen?
So a man who's been hanged, you go in there and you say rope, you talk about rope, letani kamba.
Okay, is that the context of the rope?
Yes. In the house of a man who has been hanged, don't talk of rope.
Okay, maybe bad memories. Maybe it will bring about bad memories to do with hanging and so on. So maybe being cautious on how we bring up such kind of discussions is quite important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we agree. Now tell us, first of all, about this institute. At the Aga Khan University has a Brain and Mind Institute.
Yes.
Will tell us about that?
Yeah, so Brain and Mind Institute is not a very old institute. It's maybe 3 years old now. And the focus is really about brain health and mental health as well. So for a very long time in Kenya, we've heard about mental health, a lot of people working on mental health. You've probably heard of psychiatrists and psychologists, but rarely do we talk about neurologists and neuroscientists and, so the neurologist, that comes to the brain part of the brain health. So the Brain and Mind Institute tries to understand brain health, mental health. Brain health and mental health sometimes goes together because one thing might lead to the other. So we have research, we conduct research on brain health, mental health. We also come up with interventions that try to address some of the brain health issues that we've been able to identify. But most importantly is to create platforms for brain health work in Kenya, something that has not happened before. So a lot has gone along, around mental health. But when it comes to brain health, even ability to conduct diagnosis, ability to collect biomarkers and all this is something that unless you go to private hospitals, so the Brain and Mind Institute is setting up facilities to do all this work, sensitize communities about brain health, something that maybe I'll be alluding to in my conversation today. So and also training. Training different cadres, healthcare workers, training the general public. We have some programs that really are aimed to promote brain health, like resilience boot camps, where we bring people together, educate them how they need to do, what they need to do to just ensure that their brain is really, is health, because then we have brain diseases that I'll be also talking about briefly. So Brain and Mind Institute is well positioned to address some of these issues, and we work with the Aga Khan University Hospital, but also we also collaborate with other partners both within the country and outside the country.
What's a healthy brain?
A healthy brain, it means that, your brain is thinking well, you are able to make a sound judgment, you are able to do normal activities. When you don't have a healthy brain, on the other hand, it means that you are affected. For example, when you talk about a disease like dementia, which is an umbrella of many other brain diseases, it is a progressive degenerative disorders. What this means is that even as you continue growing old, your brain is aging unhealthy, I will say quote unquote. So it's pathological aging. So what we do is we want to ensure that all of us, as we continue growing old, our brain also grows in a healthy way, in a healthy fashion. Not that we start dealing with some of these degenerative disorders like dementia, as I mentioned, is an umbrella term. But if we have these disorders, it means then we are not able to function properly. We are not able to do our normal activities. And perhaps we might have learnt about or seen some of our senior people in our communities, they aged, how some of them behave. But because we don't have a sensitization about this issue, it's not even talked about. And people are perceived to be witches or practicing witchcraft, which is not the case. It's because people don't understand this is a brain disease. They don't even know what to name it. So the most common of these diseases is called Alzheimer's disease. And Alzheimer's affects about 80% of the world's population. So this is a big disease. It affects, again, it's a cognitive impairment disease. We have others, brain diseases such as vascular disease. We have Parkinson's disease. We have frontotemporal disease. We have dementias with Lewy body. We have, we have different Down syndrome and so on. But Alzheimer's is the common disease, and I said is the 5th leading cause of death across the globe. It affects mostly population from 60 years and above. However, we are now seeing much younger people having Alzheimer's disease. So the reason why we are saying affects mostly the elderly, this data is from the developed world, but in our own context, we've not actually done proper tests to know. Maybe we have even younger people with this disease.
Okay. I guess we can look into Alzheimer's because now we're talking about it affecting so many people. But before that, does your brain, because we're looking at brain health essentially, does your brain get stronger as you grow older? Or is it one of those things that it starts to die off and get weaker from when you're born?
Ideally, everyone, as we age, there are many things that comes along. And this is not just about brain health. It's just the normal body physical health. To start with physical health. You imagine as you grow old, but when you are 20 years, maybe you are not exposed to many things. By the time you get 40, many things come up. We have, physical diseases, illnesses, like HIV, diabetes, hypertension comes along the way. That's why we see as people grow old, then they tend to have all these multi-morbidities, multiple diseases coming on board. So as you age, probably you are at risk of developing other diseases, including brain disease. So as you age, you are at risk of developing brain diseases. But there are things you could do to prevent that.
Okay, but does your brain actually grow stronger as you put more, as you exercise it, as you read, write, analyze, categorize, things like that?
Yes.
From the time that you were born, your brain actually naturally is supposed to get stronger. Is it?
If you do things that are now activating the brain, yes.
Okay.
But if you don't do things that activate the brain, then the brain keeps on degenerating.
Okay.
Like wearing out. It's like a tire wearing out.
Okay. So what are some of these things that you do to actually make these activities that you get yourself involved in to get your brain moving, essentially?
So for me to answer that is maybe to also talk about the things that put us at risk.
Okay.
Yeah, just to address it in that way. For example, we know things such as smoking and alcohol abuse. These are some of the things that puts our brains at risk for this pathological aging, including Alzheimer's disease. So avoiding them or reducing them is one of the strategies. Another thing I've talked about, diseases like diabetes and hypertension. These are risk factors for brain degeneration, depression as well. So if we are able to address these things, then we are going to enable our brain to age, to age well. But also, even if someone is at risk of having diseases like Alzheimer's, preventing these things can delay onset of Alzheimer's.
Okay.
So another thing is, what I need to point out is we have factors that we call modifiable factors. These are things that we could do. We have power to do. Nutrition, exercise, schooling, education is very important. And that is another thing that is affecting African population. Most people maybe don't go to school early, or most people don't go to school at all. So that has an impact in later life. Someone will be at risk of developing diseases like Alzheimer's compared to someone who really went to school during the initial years, early years, the small kids. So, but then we have factors that we cannot modify. These are genetic related factors. It's things like, you hear, maybe you have a family history of Alzheimer's. You are at risk of having Alzheimer's. It's genetic based. So, but then even knowing that you are at risk using these genetic markers, it means that you can still do preventive strategies like exercise, eating the right food. You might still end up getting Alzheimer's, but it will come much later. You won't have early onset of Alzheimer's.
Okay. So maybe that's a good place to ask, what exactly is Alzheimer's, and how do you get it, essentially?
So Alzheimer's is a chronic brain disease, and how we get it, we don't have clear pathways on how we get Alzheimer's. Actually, that's why we have ongoing research around Alzheimer's. So what happens is research has shown that there are things that happen in the brain. We have what we call amyloid plaques and what we call tangles. We have some neurofibre tangles. So these are some of the kind of cells that form around the neurons. So what happens, if I could just talk briefly on how our brain works. So we have what we call the neurons. The neurons are what transmit signals to enable what you do every day. You are functioning, walking, motor movement, eating, thinking, speech, and everything. So when these transmitters are affected, then you can't get these signals. What happens is we have these plaques or tangles that form around the neurons, which means the neuron is either going to die, cut off and die, or shrink. So that means then you are not able to get the signals. And this can happen for many, many years. It can start earlier on, develop as you continue aging. By the time you are old, so, you continue degenerating to a point point that you can't even become functional. You can't make sound judgment. So that is some of the things that science has shown as causes Alzheimer's. But I will still say we don't know the exact cause. It's really an overlap of different factors, and we are still doing more research to find out exactly what causes this Alzheimer's.
What are those early signs of the onset of Alzheimer's? Like you've said, kama mtu amekanyanga wire, right? So what are the first things that you're going to start noticing that there's something happening to this person's brain?
Yeah. So before we see the signs, actually Alzheimer's happens even before we see the signs. So we have what we call the preclinical phase. The preclinical phase, things have started happening in your brain, but you don't know, you can't see. So you are just normal, but at that stage, things are still happening in your brain. The brain is behaving in an abnormal way. Then you come to what we call mild cognitive impairment. At this level, then you start seeing now those earlier seen things that Latiff is trying to say, like forgetfulness. You start forgetting things. Maybe you placed your key on your desk and you can't find your keys, so you start, and it's not just the normal forgetfulness, it's persistent. You persistently forget where you placed your key cards, where you were, maybe you are walking this direction, you start getting confused, like, okay, where was I going? Yes, but it's not that bad to affect your functional. You are still functioning, you can still sit down and do your work. Then now you start, now the actual phases of Alzheimer's is the early onset of Alzheimer's, the early stage of Alzheimer's is when this behavior starts affecting your functionality. And the early phases, it might not affect it too much. Your friends can say, oh, I can see nowadays you are a bit forgetful, or your behavior, mood, and so on. So that is how it ties to psychiatry, mood, maybe depression or something. So it affects your functionality slowly as you progresses. By the time you get to the moderate level of Alzheimer's, that is where now you start wondering, maybe you start just walking, confusion, losing concentration. You really cannot do some things by yourself. And as you walk down towards severity, you actually get affected to a point that you need assistance to go to the bathroom, to dress, and caregiver support comes in handy at that level. So for the moderate level of Alzheimer's, that is the longest period of Alzheimer's, and it makes this person or the patient really dependent on other people, because you forget your route back home. Some people drive the car and they get lost, they don't know where they are going. We've had patients who just alight a matatu and then they get confused and they start going a totally different direction. So this needs constant care. And then when you move to the late stage of Alzheimer's, this means that then this person is fully dependent on caregiver. They are really lying on bed, being fed on tubes, and so on and so forth. So it's a disease that progresses slowly down the line, but then the longest period is around the middle level of Alzheimer's, which needs caregiver attention and all these, for the patient to be supported.
Okay. So those early signs, could there be other factors that lead, for example, to forgetfulness? Because you see, as you age, at some point, you start noticing this person is forgetting the name of their children. I mean, we see that. Where? Or they forget... They're not forgetting where they're going, but they'll forget, where did I place my car keys? Yeah. Where did I forget my phone, right? Where is the remote? You're trying to remember a name, and you know you're talking about something, and you're trying to remember what is the name of that person. You can see them, you can't remember them. Are those signs, could they be signals of other things, not necessarily as Alzheimer's?
Yes, and we all forget at one point or another. So I have to make that so that I don't raise alarm that whoever forgets, they are sick. So at some point we all forget. But when you see this forgetfulness becoming persistent, you start repeating yourself. You start doing things that you never used to do before. Like you keep on repeating yourself. Maybe you told me, you welcomed me here. After 3 minutes, you start again introducing me. You see that one, then you start realizing there's a problem somewhere. And that is what we hear from patients and from their caregivers as well. So it has to be persistent. And again, other things could really bring in the forgetfulness part. And I think that is where I'll bring the topic about diagnosis. Because a proper diagnosis has to be done for someone to say you have Alzheimer's. So you can't just forget. And then we start by doing what we call cognitive assessment. We have some skills that we use to ask people to check their memory, functionality. So we can't just say you have Alzheimer's if you score high in those tests. We have to move on and do what we call lab test. So lab test is going to help us rule out other infections like HIV. We have HIV AIDS related dementias. So we start we need to start ruling out, maybe it's not depression, maybe they are not just stressed, maybe they lost their loved one recently. So it's not, we need to rule out all those. After doing the lab work, then we have to do brain imaging. So for the brain imaging, that is when the brain, then a neurologist, a radiologist are able to see that, okay, we can see those tangles that I talked about that are forming around the neuron. We can see, so that we also don't confuse with brain injuries. Remember, in Africa, we have the border guys sometimes without helmet, you will get a brain injury, or maybe you've had stroke. So they have to do brain imaging to rule out all these things, to clearly say that this is Alzheimer's.
Okay. We talked about brain, just like you as a human, you're growing up. At what point does the brain mature, if at all? And then from what ages does the brain start now become, aging? Just like every other part of us.
Yeah, so the brain I'm not an expert in that, but the brain starts from the time you are born. The brain, of course, grows along until some age around teenage. Then the brain is functional, right?
Yep.
So that's why even doing some things earlier on is important, because you really kind of design or kind of inform your brain. It's like programming. That is the word I'm looking for. Like programming the brain of a small child on how it should be functioning. But as it goes down the line, so there are things that happen which can really impact on the health of this brain. But another important thing is, when we talk about brain health, we don't mean the elderly people. So that is another misconception. People feel like Alzheimer's is about aging. It's not really about aging. Think about it. We are all aged. We are all aging. The moment you are born, you never remained that. You started aging. So this means that we have a lot of things we need to do to prevent pathological aging from the time we are born. So we have a life course kind of pathway. From the time the child is born, there are things that could be done, like education, nutrition. And actually it happens even when women are pregnant, from the preconception period. There are things that can be done, what sort of food they're eating, the environment they're exposed to, which might end up building up stressors and might end up affecting this child when they get to old age.
You talked about if you do not exercise your brain, then it starts, getting weaker.
Yeah.
But if the brain is doing all those things, if you're talking, that's brain. If you're walking, that's brain. If you're looking and you're seeing, that's brain. If you're smelling, that's brain.
Everything.
I mean, there's no moment when the brain is on exercising.
So what I meant is physical exercise, but also you have a point, because you need to stimulate your brain. And this comes, I like highlighting in relation to education. Think about people who don't go to school. From the neurological part, then they are just there. But people who've gone to school, arithmetic, numbers, and you keep on, it's like playing puzzle or cards. You keep on thinking. So your brain definitely is more engaged compared to someone who's not doing those things. But having talked about that, not everybody who doesn't do those things that I've mentioned end up becoming sick. So I don't know if I can talk about some of the projects we are doing. We'll talk
about them after
I'll talk about that. So just to allude that not everybody, not even everybody who drinks alcohol ends up having this issue when
smoking.
they go. Or smoking. So I'll allude to that when we talk about resilience.
Okay. 7:30, Kenya's biggest conversation. Our Health Friday conversation today is on dementia and brain resilience. Dr. Ednah Bosire is a medical anthropologist from the Aga Khan University Brain and Mind Institute. She's here. She's telling us about dementia and the other, diseases come under dementia, talking about brain health. She'll tell us about brain resilience and what the Brain and Mind Institute has been doing at the Aga Khan University. Keep it here.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi, 14 degrees, highs of 26, highs of 25 and lows of 14 in a partly sunny Nakuru, and it's 15 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 24. Looking into a partly sunny Eldoret at 13 with highs of 23, and Mombasa is sunny at 23 going to highs of 30. We'll see highs of 30 in a mostly sunny Malindi at 24. Kisumu at 21 is cloudy with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 28 in a mostly cloudy Kakamega at 17. Kampala is cloudy at 19, highs of 27 and lows of 18, and and Dar es Salaam at 24 is cloudy with highs of 29 and lows of 24. We're looking into a cloudy Johannesburg at 10 degrees, highs of 15 and lows of 6, while Mogadishu is sunny at 27, we'll see highs of 30. 21 will be the high in a mostly sunny Addis Ababa at 13. Lagos is cloudy at 25 with highs of 30 and lows of 25, and we'll see highs of 32 and lows of 23 in a partly cloudy Kinshasa.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
Traffic on the Thika Superhighway has built up quite some, getting towards the CBD this morning. And we're looking at that inbound traffic likely to continue for a while. And it's going to take us out towards Muranga Road. And then at the Globe Cinema roundabout, there's some traffic there. Coming off of Kiambu Road as well, pretty busy. All right, Ngong Road, also coming in from Naivasha Road. Heavy traffic all the way into the city. And starting to build up on Langata Road, going towards Raila Odinga Way. Let's take a quick look at the Eastern Bypass, where traffic has started to build, going towards North Airport Road and then onto Outer Ring. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversation continues with Dr. Ednah Bosire, medical anthropologist at the Aga Khan University Brain and Mind Institute. Now, tell us about brain resilience, and then you tell us what the institute has been doing. Research.
Thank you. So, brain resilience, what we are trying to do is to understand why some people still get exposed to so many stressors, but they are able not to get Alzheimer's. So as I mentioned, before, we all get exposed to different stressors. It could be socioeconomic stressors, it could be environmental stressors, it could be physiological related stressors like diseases. People who have, for example, chronic diseases like cancers, you can imagine it can be quite stressful.
Yep.
So the stress itself really contributes to cognitive impairment. But we have people who've been exposed to all these stressors, but they still continue growing. They are able to withstand, they are able to bounce back, and they are able to just adapt to their stressors and live normally. So what we are doing is to understand this resilience. Resilience means really being able to cope, being able to adjust, and being able to grow despite the adversity that you are exposed to. So what we are trying to do is to understand why are some people exposed to different stressors, but they're able to cope while others are not, so that we can use these learnings to be able to develop interventions that can support those who normally struggle with the stressors. So that is what we are trying to do, because at the end of the day, we want to ensure that all of us, as we grow old, we are able to maintain healthy brain.
So how are you studying that?
So how we are studying that, first of all, is to talk to communities. I'm an anthropologist. So going back to the communities, talking to them, understanding how do you cope when you have issues? What helps you to manage? What helps you to become resilient when you lose your loved one? People are unemployed outside here. How are you managing? Because we don't see people dying because they are unemployed, right? But there is a stressor, and it might affect other people badly than others. So we ask them questions. But another thing that we are doing at the Brain and Mind Institute, we are collecting biomarkers. These biomarkers are going to help us to be able to see if some people have maybe genes or something that will help them cope better than others. And we are also working closely with the oncology department being led by Professor Mansour Saleh, just to be able to talk to some of the cancer patients to see why some cancer patients maybe end up becoming more stressed than others who also have cancer. So we collect samples, we collect blood, we collect things like saliva, just to see the stressors that can really impair people's cognitive aging, but also what helps some people to really withstand the difficult situations that they are in.
So obviously there is a mental health burden in the country at the moment. I know that when we talk about then the different dementias that are there factors, risk factors in society today that could lead towards some of this that we are seeing then now with the numbers that you talk about?
Yes, we have risk factors, But okay, let me talk about the risk factors, then maybe bring an alert there. So some of the risk factors include, brain injury is a risk factor. If you injure your brain, then you are likely at risk of developing Alzheimer's. Then I talked about alcohol, substance abuse, and smoking, but also obesity and diabetes, hypertension, and also education, not being able to go to school earlier. Those are some of the risk factors that we have. These risk factors are informed from broad view, from the work that has been done from the global north, developed countries. We haven't really validated these risk factors, whether they fit in our context. In our context, for example, alcohol abuse. So we have what we call the Lancet Commission that gives us some of the criteria, and even WHO gives some of the criteria or, cutoff to say, if you see this is what happens. But some of those numbers might not reflect our local context. For example, alcohol abuse. They say alcohol contributes to about 1% risk of Alzheimer's. This is from the developed world. But in our context, we know people take a lot of alcohol, and maybe the way they tolerate alcohol might not be the same without maybe someone from Europe. Our communities don't tolerate alcohol well. They get really overwhelmed by alcohol. You've seen if you give students alcohol and they sleep in class, they won't even study. But abroad, someone will drink and continue working. So we need to now validate those numbers to fit our context. When we talk about other things like hearing loss, even education, we need to contextualize that to be able to know at what time or what sort of education or what average of education really is preventive, helps to prevent someone from developing Alzheimer's disease.
How about socializing?
Socializing is very important. Thank you for bringing that on point. Socializing is very important because social isolation is a risk factor for Alzheimer's disease. So we want to understand, because in our place, in our communities, traditionally we know people socialize a lot. We live in extended families. People talk and people socialize compared to people from the global north who live in isolation. But we tend to see nowadays, even in Kenya here, people trying also to disintegrate. We see people living, the elderly people in the villages and coming to town and not going back to talk to them. So that is a risk factor for Alzheimer's, and people really need to think about that. Social engagement is a very very protective factor for Alzheimer's disease. Yeah,
putting it into an African context, which I think is extremely important when we're looking at mental health, is that previously anything to do with mental health was not called that. It was, like as you said before, either a witchcraft or somebody's put a hex on you or whatever, whereby we see that in the global north, we're very quick to name it scientifically. Yes. And to treat it, medically. But are we starting to see now that we are here naming them for what they are, as opposed to putting societal or community labels on mental health? Are we more embracing that mental health is actually a medical, physiological, psychological problem, as opposed to calling it something else? Are we opening up those barriers? Because I imagine that somebody who was in a village setting or even in the city in an African context with Alzheimer's, wandering around the place when it was at an advanced stage, would most likely not be taken to hospital.
Exactly.
Right?
So I will say it's a yes or no. When we look at mental health, a lot is happening at the communities and people are getting sensitized. People are gaining knowledge about, okay, these are real issues. But when it comes to brain health, nothing much is happening. We don't even have a local word for dementia. You can imagine going to the village and telling someone Alzheimer's. What is that? People talk about kusahau. It means forgetting. Kusahau. But really, we really need to come down to our communities, because these conditions exist, and understand from the context, what sort of name do you call these people? When you see someone wandering around, how do you call them, so that we come up with intervention to destigmatize. If they end up, we've seen even adults, someone in their 70s being taken to jail because they were found wandering. The police will just arrest them. Where they arrest them, they don't even know that this is a condition, and there are no policies or mechanisms to protect such seniors from our communities. We've seen seniors being lynched in many rural parts of Kenya, Kilifi, Kisii. Some people taking advantage of them, calling them again, quote unquote, these are witches or people practicing witchcraft, is because the community don't understand, and we have a role to create sensitization. That is what the Brain and Mind Institute is doing through the education programs, community engagement. We are engaging with different people at the community health promoters, chiefs, calling barazas, just to make sure that we ensure that people understand these conditions exist, and we work with these people so that we learn how do you call them in your local language, so that we can bring these words into science. What we are doing, we are borrowing from the global north. We've not done much locally, and that is what the Brain and Mind, I mean, it's not just the BMI, but other organizations also are trying to do currently.
When you go to the communities now in the anthropology work and you're trying to find out how do you deal with stresses, are you finding that different communities have different ways of coping?
Yes. So we have some cut across strategies of coping, like community, religion, people going to church, or some women coping through, we have social gathering called chamas and all these. But also we have individual related coping mechanisms where some people just have a positive outlook, accepting the situation as it is. That is a way of coping. But we have some things that some communities are coping better than others. If you find communities that are embracing togetherness, then they cope better compared to communities that or families that tend to live in isolation, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, we have the community is not just about coping, but even how they experience stress. Sometimes it varies across communities. What might be stressful in your community might not be the same as my community. How you look at a person who has those psychiatric behaviors might be different from your the communities. It keeps on varying. And even how people talk about these stressors. Some people use signs and some non-verbal communications, touching the head, touching the stomach, the shoulder when you feel stressed, So we have to learn these things so that we come up with interventions that are context specific and that addresses the problems of these communities.
You talked about several other projects that you're doing.
Yes.
Mention.
So one of it, I've talked about the brain resilience, and we have what we call Alzheimer's detection project. This is a project where then we are collecting biospecimen samples just to be able to understand the risk factors for African or Kenyan population for Alzheimer's. As I said, we are just using some of the risk factors that are from the global north. So Aga Khan University, through the BMI, we are trying to then now start validating our own, using our own population. So we are collecting samples. And at the Brain and Mind Institute... When you say
collecting samples,
yes.
What are you collecting? You're not picking up people's brains, are you?
No, we are not collecting people's brains. So what we do, there are different samples that can be used to, to detect if someone is at risk of Alzheimer's. This includes saliva, it might include blood, We have another sample called the CSF, the cerebrospinal fluid, a fluid that is gotten from the spinal cord.
The one with a very big shindano.
Yes. Those ones can tell the protein, the amyloids, whether someone is at risk, has these proteins for Alzheimer's. So we have, we are trying to embrace technology at the Brain and Mind Institute in diagnosis, but also we have other like wearable devices that can detect if the brain is really behaving in an abnormal way. Smartwatches, and other things around, really trying to embrace technology to be able to detect these diseases. So other than that, we have another upcoming project where we are trying to...
Before that, how do you select your samples for this?
So it's an open, really. We've even put on social media, if you are interested, participate in our studies, just enroll. Then we can screen if you are qualified. How do we screen? We have a criteria. We say that these diseases are common amongst the aging population. Yeah. So you'll assume we'll select 80s and 90 people who are aged 80s and above. No, because we now have people showcasing the symptoms earlier enough. So we start from 35 years. So if you are 18 years, we don't recruit you. From 35 years, then we recruit you to be part of our study. And if we are dealing with patients who've been characterized, what I mean characterized are those that a doctor, a neurologist has said you have this condition. So then we recruit them from the hospital. We just ask whoever wants to participate. They participate, we collect the sample and even study other things that we did not, we haven't studied before.
How well can folks who have been diagnosed with Alzheimer's cope in society?
So that's a difficult question because, first of all, I have to highlight that we don't have a cure for Alzheimer's. We don't have a cure, but we have medication that can help the patient cope with the symptoms they are exhibiting. Another thing, it depends with the social capital that they have at home. How well is your family supportive of you? How well... And this is not just about the family willingness, but also having financial resources. Alzheimer's or dementias in general, these are expensive diseases. You can imagine we are talking about conducting an MRI, a PET scan to tell us whether you have this condition or not. A PET scan is quite expensive in Kenya. And even, do we have them in public hospitals? Very few, mostly in private hospitals. So very few patients are able to go through that process of getting a diagnosis. But coming back to your question, the home environment really matters a lot. the social support, people being able to afford food for you, people being able to support you at home, not scolding you, not shouting at you because they don't understand what you're going through. Yeah. So just being able to know that these are the deficits, these are the issues you're going through, maybe giving you colored things to see. If you're not able to speak, maybe trying to speak, to use nonverbal communication, trying to label rooms, trying not to leave the patient alone at home, so that because there's a lot of falling, some accidents at home, fire, people leave their food cooking and they go sit or sleep and forget about it. So having this social capital, the caregivers, is very important. But another thing I want to highlight in relation to that is that then there is a lot of caregiver burden. Because you can imagine the financial burden, the psychological burden, taking care of someone. I've had caregivers who are as young as 24 years, 18 years. These children have to stop their careers. They can't go to work because they have to take care of their parents or their aunties. So there is also another issue of caregiver burden.
Another project.
So those are some of the key projects that we are currently running.
You are going to another one after the Alzheimer's one.
Okay. The last one is a project that is aimed to help communities to come up with preventive mechanisms. We are trying to come up with physical activities, and we are planning to implement this in Nairobi and Kilifi. It's called the Africa Fingers Project. So it's a project that is really trying to understand what sort of activities do your communities embrace in terms of physical activities, and what nutrition, what foods do you have, so that we can craft preventive mechanisms that will work for those communities. The end goal is to ensure that as we age, everybody ages gracefully, but also with a healthy brain.
How long do you give yourselves in these studies?
So our studies, it depends. I mean, for the entire period?
Yeah, and when do we start now seeing reports coming out and saying, now we understand, actually, we have validated data from Kenya. These are the risk factors, for example, that would lead to Alzheimer's, dementia, and others. When do we expect to start seeing?
We've started collecting samples, and we've started some of the background. Some of the things I've talked about is based from what we've done. That one is now part of the findings that I've talked about. But for the samples that we are collecting, we are going to analyze them. Maybe in the next 2 years, we'll have the findings from Kenya.
Okay. So what are we looking at from a national outlook? Because the numbers that you've given us, are really heavy. Where we're looking at, I believe the number you gave was, 70%
of the global
of the global burden
of Alzheimer's. And in Africa, now talking about Africa, we have estimates. It's between 2% to 20%. We've not done proper validation to test that.
Okay, so 20% of what? 20% of an entire population has folks today who have been diagnosed and are living with Alzheimer's. That's still a big number.
It is.
That's 1 in every 5. 1 in every 5 people has Alzheimer's today.
Actually, globally, it's in every 4 seconds we have a new diagnosis.
That's a big deal.
Every 4th second.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Okay.
So what's a national approach to dealing with something like this? Because if you, in every other 5 people that you meet, one of them will have Alzheimer's.
Yes.
Are they being treated? Have they even been diagnosed? Are they coping with interventions? Is there, for numbers as large as that? The other diseases where we have huge interventions with numbers like this are malaria, HIV, cancer. Alzheimer's should be right there.
Thank you.
In that list.
Exactly. You see why we have a lot of interventions for the examples you've just given out is because of donor funding. These are diseases that are highly donor funded, right? PEPFAR, HIV, TB, malaria are highly donor funded. You saw how the countries responded quite quickly when we had COVID-19 because of the impact. Whom does it impact, So there was a lot of, but when it comes to dementias, these brain disorders, we are not even talking about it. That is a gap. As a country, we are not talking about it. Have you, next week, on this weekend, we have Alzheimer's Day. Let's see what's going to happen. But people are not talking about it. How do you expect people to even reach facilities when nobody is doing anything? So there's a lot to do. We really need to bring the voices, the narratives of Alzheimer's. We really need to take it seriously because it's not me. It's not about that elderly grandmother or grandfather. All of us are at risk. So the government need to create awareness about this. That is the first thing. Awareness throughout the population. Our communities need to understand there is an issue. When you create awareness, it means that you are going to create demand. People, when they start seeing this issue, they need to go to the hospital. Are our hospitals capacitated to support these people.
I would imagine that if you have something with such a great disease burden, with such a high percentage in terms of numbers, that you would then have dedicated programs, that you would have dedicated outreach and awareness building around something like that. The same way you have a cancer center, or the same way you have, malaria center, that you would have something like this at the national level. So we're talking about public care, and also I would imagine that something like that exists at the private care level, but that it would be that the call should be to have something at a national level that's dedicated to this, because the numbers are incredibly high.
And just to cut you short, and the population, we expect the cases to triple because the adult population is now is growing more. People used to die earlier, but now we have better medication for diseases like HIV. People are living longer, so you can imagine the risk is going to be more in the near future. By 2050, we'll actually have more cases. So the first thing, we need to confirm our numbers. As I said, we are using estimates. The second thing. Yes, I know the government of Kenya through the Ministry of Health are coming up with policy guidelines and, to try and sort the issues of brain diseases, including Alzheimer's. But this has not come to realization. It's really urgent. It's needed like yesterday. We need policies and programs to start addressing the issues that we have around Alzheimer's. We need to ensure that we have equipment for diagnosis at the primary at our public hospitals. We need to train healthcare providers. Just to mention that in the whole country, we have less than 25 neurologists in Kenya. Less than 25 neurologists serving a population of how many people? So you can imagine someone in Nyeri, someone in Muranga, how soon are they going to reach a neurologist? Do they even know that there exist neurologists?
I think one thing also, I think we're seeing some chagrin when it comes to the numbers that we're talking about here. And I think you had mentioned this earlier, that Alzheimer's is not a disease of the aging.
Yes.
Alone.
Yes.
Can you go over that again? Because I think it's important to take into consideration that you're not talking just about octogenarians who have Alzheimer's. You're talking about people who are younger. And how much younger?
Age is just a risk factor. But it's not, Alzheimer's is not all about aging. As we grow old, we are at risk, but because of multiplicity of many other factors, all those risks and stressors that I talked about, we have now people who are coming to the hospital in their 50s and they are diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, compared to the narrative we used to hear that from 60, 80, that is when people will, and that also actually has contributed to people relegating their loved ones at home, because they're like, it's just everyone, when you age, you'll end up that way. That is not the case. And that is where our Brain Resilience Project comes in, because we find some people at 100 and they don't have Alzheimer's. So it's not about aging, but age is a risk factor.
Right.
Yeah, the debate that's going on is on that statistic, 20%, 1 in 5 has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. People are thinking, 1 in 5? If it is more prevalent among the aging people, then surely 1 in 5 is a very high number.
So can I just clarify that?
Please do.
So I said in Africa, it shows up. It's an estimate between 2% to 20%, anywhere there.
Okay.
So we have to do research to really validate those numbers.
Okay.
And when you compare to developed countries like US, which has about 6%, and UK, for example, Europe, that has around 7%, you see ours, we are not sure. So we cannot, people will pick the 20%, forgetting the 2%.
Yeah, it's between
Why
2
are we not?
and
20.
20.
And the 2% is still important, because you might say, oh, we are doing well because we are just 2%. We are behind the US, which is 6%. That is not true, because we've not validated those numbers. We need to know if indeed we are okay as Africans. But all of us are not talking about brain diseases. But when we think about it, we have someone in our communities, someone in our families who has exhibited some of the symptoms that I've talked about.
Is it not because we don't see a physiological manifestation that perhaps that's why we don't think that brain health or mental health should be prioritized? Because if you have malaria, you have a fever, right? You have the chills and you feel physically unwell. It's difficult for somebody who is suffering from Alzheimer's or any other dementia or any other mental health to really explain to you that I have a fever and you can test me and I'm 40 degrees, or that I have chills, or that I'm grinding my teeth. Is that perhaps one of the reasons why it could not be prioritized?
Correct. And because, as I mentioned, some of the symptoms, some of the brain abnormal changes will start happening, but they won't impact your functionality.
Yeah.
You'll still function. So people will not talk about it because you don't even know that you have this problem. How many people are able to go? You know, when you talk about people going for medical checkups, they can go for other medical checkups, HIV, malaria, But when it comes to brain imaging, how many are going to part money to do a PET scan to check whether, or even to do some biological tests to check whether they are at risk of that condition? So true, people might not talk about it because they don't even know, it's not affecting them directly. There's no that physical manifestation. But number two, there's a lot of stigma and discrimination around that. So as I mentioned, when you see someone wondering, your grandfather is walking around the community, then it's not the grandfather who is stigmatized alone, but also the entire family and the entire community. That family practice witchcraft, for example. So you see, people will not want to talk about it. What do? They'll end up locking this person within the compound at home. They don't release them to go out. And that is dangerous. So another thing is that talks to us the importance of early screening and early detection so that we don't end up sending people to the hospital when they are at moderate to advanced stages of Alzheimer. At that level,
it's expensive, though, isn't it?
It is expensive. That's why I said it's important for the government to really prioritize and invest in this. We need to have tools to properly diagnose people and even sensitize our primary healthcare facilities to start screening. Let's not just do something. Let's not just sit and do nothing because it's expensive. If you think about it, what is the cost of inaction?
Yeah, right. So it's a lot more to many more people than just the one person. Who's Now, Wango is asking, how does one volunteer for this research? Empress is asking, iko Kakiru.
So they can contact us through our website, the Brain and Mind Institute, Aga Khan University. Sometimes we have positions for volunteering. We also collaborate with caregivers, those who are listening online, people who are working, who have their loved ones. We really like learning what is happening, but also collaborating with them. So if they check online, sometimes we have even the training programs I talked about. We usually advertise them on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on our social media spaces. They can always get in touch and see the opportunities to collaborate with us.
Okay. We thank you very much, Doc, for coming.
Thank you so much.
And as you get more information, please come back.
Thank you.
And let us know. Dr. Ednah Busire is a medical anthropologist, Aga Khan University Brain and Mind Institute. She has been taking us through dementia and mind resilience and what the Brain and Mind Institute of the Aga Khan University is doing to basically get to understand our brain diseases and our mental resilience and brain resilience in Kenya. It's 8 a.m. Time for the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. We start with the news hitting our newsrooms this morning, and 3 men who were abducted in Kitengela, Kajiado County have been found alive. Jamil Longton and Aslam Longton were found in Gashie, while Bob Njage was found in Thogoro, according to lawyers. Aslam and Jamil Longton are at a hospital in Nairobi undergoing treatment. 3 men who were abducted in Kitengela, Kajiado County have been found alive. Jamil Longton and Aslam Longton were found in Gashie, while Bob Njagi was found in Thogoto, according to lawyers. Aslam and Jamil Longton are at a hospital in Nairobi undergoing treatment. Yesterday, the police denied claims that the 3 were under police custody. Now addressing the press, DCI boss Mohammed Amin and Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja called on the public to assist with information that would help with investigations. Listening.
What I've gotten from our officers is that we don't have the Kitengela 3 with us. But what I know is that a report was made and we have got an active investigation on the same.
It's a penal code offense. We as officers of the National Police Service, we are supposed to deal with it decisively. It is unfortunate that we have received a lot of complaints regarding abductions. The National Police Service is not involved in any case of abduction.
We continue to follow up on this developing story. We shall be bringing you the very latest in a subsequent news bulletin. Now, the recent Member of Parliament, John Waluhe, will today know his fate in the 300 million shillings case involving the National Cereals and Produce Board. Waluhe filed an appeal against the 1 billion shillings fine slapped on him or serve 57 years imprisonment after being found guilty in the corruption scandal. Now, before submitting the appeal, Waluhe paid 10 million shillings bail as he contested the charges against him. Court of Appeal judges Asike Makandia, Sankale Olekantai and Grace Ngenye were hearing his appeal, which will be decided today. Through his lawyers, Amolo and Elisha Ongoya, Waluhe told the judges that the 313 million shillings he was paid followed the law and that there was no crime. However, the prosecution led by Alexander Muteti asked the judges not to grant Waluhe bail, considering that the scandal he was involved in was worth millions of shillings. Muteti told the court that the sentence against Serisia Member of Parliament was deserved because it was based on the law. Now, cracks are deepening in the Mount Kenya region following the endorsement of Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki as the region's de facto leader with the government now. These as Nyandarua MCAs dismissed the endorsement and instead thrown their weight behind Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. They've distanced themselves from Wednesday's meeting in Murang'a, where Kindiki was endorsed by a section of MCAs as the Mount Kenya kingpin. They faulted the gathering, saying it undermined the region's cohesion and misrepresented the will of the people.
The question on the Mount Kenya leadership, on who is senior to the other, for me it is neither here nor there. By the time we went to election, there was clarity on who is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And in this case, it was Rigathi Gachagua. We want to retaliate our support to the Deputy President, and that it is not a question of who should be. It is just confirming that we have a leader in one, Rigathi Gachagua.
Meanwhile, former Laikipia woman rep Ketu Waruguru has said that elected leaders plotting to impeach Gachagua will lose their seats.
Wewe bwana Rigathi, ongea ukweli. Tumetafutia hii serikali ya Kenya kwanza viti. Hautatoka kama mtu ambaye ameaibishwa. Wale wanaleta impeachment motion, wewe dada yangu Mudhoni, nilisikia hiyo siku nyingine ni wewe ulikuwa unazurura na karatasi ukitafuta signature ya kupeleka Rigathi nyumbani. Wewe Mudhama, na kuangalia wewe ni ndugu yangu. Tungetaka kujua kama nyinyi ndio mnataka kuimpeach Rigathi. Mtu anataka kupiga ndugu yake mkubwa, tunapeleka nyumbani mapema.
Nyamira County MCAs have questioned the action of some county CCs to snub summons despite being asked to appear severally. Now, Implementation Committee Chairperson Julius Matwera said ministries of finance, public service, transport and roads are notorious in snubbing invitations to shed light on performance of the respective dockets.
I have one on roads, Mr. Speaker, which was sent out on 3rd July, which they did not honor, Mr. Speaker. I have the Department of Finance and ICT, which was sent out on 3rd, they did not honor, Mr. Speaker. I have one dated July 3rd to the Department of PSM, which they did not honor, Mr. Speaker.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, busy on the Eastern Bypass that is coming into the city and via the Outer Ring junction going in from North Airport Road. So that's a little bit busy, not too crazy though. Outer Ring itself not looking too bad. Kangunda Road getting into the city looking all right. And that's via the Thika Superhighway or coming out this way through Embakasi. Survey through the Pangani Tunnel is crazy. It's bumper to bumper. It's going to take you a minute to get into the city. And as you're coming off of Uhuru Gardens, Langata Road through towards Uhuru Highway, it's going to be busy for a minute, as well as on Gong Road this morning. So we're getting past traffic already, and that we're seeing that it still continues. Limuru Road will be busy through Friday, and Lower Kabete coming in from Spring Valley, as well as Wayaki Way starting to build up now as well. Let's keep an eye on things and see as we can try to keep things moving. We'll talk Spice FM KE on X Ash, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your
7
day.
minutes after 8. How are you doing? Welcome to the third hour of The Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Have you downloaded the Loop app? If you download the Loop app, then you will get into the Loop lifestyle, because this is where you need to be. Peace of mind. Why?
It's a lifestyle that you want to, because that means that you don't have to think 1,000 times for the 1,000 things that you need to do. All of those things can be in one place, and you can keep it moving in the Loop. You need to make payments, it's in the Loop. You want to pay your utility bills, the Loop. You want to make sure that your transactions are up to date, you can do that on the Loop. Get your standing order set up, pay your bills, move money from bank to wallet and back to bank. You can make sure that you can get your transactions done. You can get overdrafts applied for, you can get loans applied for and actually disbursed on Loop. You can make sure that you have your payments up to date. Why would you want to do so many different things in so many different places when you can do everything in one place with Loop?
Yeah. So go to Play Store, App Store, please download Loop.
I have to push that though.
Yes.
Because download the app and begin to experience this lifestyle that is Loop. Today, if you do that through the day, then hook up with Quatch on the Spice Drive from 3 to 7 p.m. and he could actually award you 5,000 bob. You loop it and you win.
Imagine.
Yep.
Just like that. And you already have 5K to deposit into that Loop account.
Yes.
Immediately like that. All right. Our next guest is in the studio. Ambassador Michael Lopton is the Israeli ambassador to Kenya. He's been here before. He's back. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Okay. Reasonably okay.
Given the circumstances.
Exactly.
Karibu sana. You know, Ambassador, you are one person now who is going to be unbiased on this. So I want you to help me go through an exercise. That's your phone. You have a Safaricom line. Please pick your phone and take people through what I'm going to say. All right? So dial star 544 hash on your phone. It's not going to explode, I promise.
Again?
Star 544 hash.
444.
Star 544 hash.
What the first?
Star.
Okay.
5 4.
Star like the
I
Star
thought I
of
should
David.
get my
your glasses?
My glasses now. 444
hash. Okay, what does it bring?
Dial?
Yeah, dial. Brings various options. What's option number 4?
4. SMS deals. Minutes.
Star 544 hash, right? Which one says go monthly?
Go monthly? Go monthly. Where is it?
I think you may have dialed the wrong
Michael,
star.
Did you do star 544?
Oh, yeah. I should pick up my glasses, I told you.
I think you do.
You need to.
Your glasses.
You need
Star
to. Star 544 hash. Right?
Voila.
Yeah.
Voila.
Number 4.
Number 4, go monthly.
Number 4, go monthly.
Yeah, so
Send.
do 4, reply with 4.
Okay.
Then it brings number 1 all in one, right?
Number 1, all in one.
Yes, go there.
Go there. Okay, send.
It brings various options.
Yeah.
Option 0, 500 equals 2
2
GB
giga.
plus 100 minutes plus 500 SMS.
Yes.
Option 2 is?
Option 2.
Option 1, rather.
Option 1 is 1,400 5 giga, 400 minutes, and 1,000 SMS.
Yes, and go on and so forth. Now this is the package by Safaricom. Safaricom has come up with an all-in-one package. Why? You see, when you do, like, say, option 0, 500 shillings, for 500 bob, for a month, you get 2 GB of data, 100 minutes of call time.
$2.
Yep.
3.
It's about $3. 500 SMSs for 30 days. And if you go on and so on and so forth.
What do I get from Safaricom from this, for this promotion?
Yeah, you get to be here. You get to be here with us. So I asked you to do that because, if I told Ndu, people would say, how do we know that they're not playing this game? You see, you have walked through it and you have basically seen it's possible.
So I should not tell them that we rehearsed it before.
No, don't tell them that.
I won't. Okay.
Yeah, just shh.
Dial star 544 hash on your Safaricom line and then go monthly and select the all-in-one option. Select an option that works for you. Why? You want to make sure that you are able to call, to browse, to send a message, and to use WhatsApp throughout a month. And that's because this one, once you pay once, you have this package that has all these things together. You're sorted. You know what has been happening is that people buy airtime separately, you buy data separately, and that data also you use it on WhatsApp. So when one of them runs out, then you have to look for money to start topping up. Safaricom looked at the trends, and so actually people are ending up spending a lot more in a month.
Does it go together with my laptop?
Yes.
Yes.
It does.
You do that.
Nice.
In fact, that's what I'm doing. I'm hotspotting. You hotspot all the time.
We learned this word this week.
Yes. Karibu sana, Ambassador.
Thanks.
Right? City sends his greetings. He's away. He's taken some days off. But he sends his greeting and says, tell Ambassador.
I hope he enjoys his
We hope
leave.
so too. You never know with City. We always keep telling, just this time relax. This time take a break. This time make sure that it's leave for leave. Right? So
I hope he took the leave in Israel to relax.
He'll tell us.
You never know. Again, you never know with City.
He will tell us. The proverbs for this week are from Libya. And the proverb for today, listen and tell us your interpretation of it. In the house of a man who has been hanged, don't talk of rope. In the house of a man who has been hanged, don't talk of rope.
Okay.
What do you think the proverb is saying? What do you think is the interpretation of this proverb?
The implication?
Interpretation.
Interpretation. Don't invite someone in a hunger strike area to eat. To eat in a steak. I mean, invite him to eat, but not in a luxury restaurant. Or don't tell him about your last meal, previous meal.
Don't gloat. Don't boast. Somebody who's hungry and then he starts telling you, when I was having this juicy steak last night.
Yeah.
Be sensitive. Right. So,
empathic.
Yes.
Empathetic. That's true. Now, the Israel-Gaza Strip conflict is almost getting to 1 year now. Since the attack by the Hamas militants into Israel that left more than 1,000 people dead, that left destruction, people injured, maimed, and they took away people and they went with them. This has been going on for a long time. And even the world has had a conversation. The UN General Assembly took a vote the other day saying, please, Israel, it's about time that you stopped and halted this aggression. What exactly has been going on in Israel from the Israeli perspective?
I think what's going on, it's not only the Israeli perspective, it's a very objective perspective many see. Some don't want to admit what they see. That's politics. So, as you said very accurately, on October the 7th last year, with no provocation, Hamas, terrorists, invaded Israel. Now, to all those who don't know, and especially those who don't want to admit, especially Palestinian Authority officials, we were not in Gaza from 2005 at all, but from 1994 we are not in the Gaza main cities, Khan Yunis, Gaza, all the names that come to the to the headlines in the last year. So we are out of Gaza for almost 20 years, 19 years, but that was not an issue or a consideration for the Hamas, because the target is not, they tell you about Israeli occupation, but there was no occupation. They didn't even let the Palestinian Authority in Gaza. So I heard the Palestinian ambassador here a couple of weeks ago. When was the last time he visited Gaza? His bosses were thrown out from the roofs in 2006. So that's not the issue. That's not the issue in Lebanon. We withdrew from Lebanon to the international border recognized by the UN in 2000. So the issue is not where we are beyond our borders. The issue for all these terrorists, Iran-sponsored, is the very existence of Israel. They've been saying it, but we chose not to hear it.
Okay. So October 7th happened, and then the Israeli government decided to respond. And the response, as many have said, has been heavy-handed. There's been destruction. As you heard the ambassador of Palestine here last week, and he talked about the destruction and the amount of destruction that has happened in the Gaza Strip, in terms of infrastructure destroyed, homes demolished, water infrastructure, power infrastructure, sanitation infrastructure, even hospitals have been bombed, universities and schools.
Hospitals were not bombed. Hospitals were not bombed. We still supply today water to the Gaza Strip. But you know, it's upside down, the whole argument, if you don't mind, because that could have been stopped before we got into Gaza. On October the 8th, they could have said, you know, we give you all the hostages that we took, give us this amount, we claim this amount of terrorist murderers that are in Israeli jails. They didn't do it on October the 8th, they didn't do it on December the 8th, they didn't do it in the last year, right? So it's in their hands. They could have stopped it, they can stop it in any given minute. The only thing that we see in the last few months is that an extension, this is what the Palestinian delegate forgot to say, to the West Bank. It's not the Palestinian Authority, it's not the Fatah people that are try to kill us in the West Bank. It's the Hamas that tried to take over from the Palestinian Authority in Jenin.
Balozi, let me get this clear. You're saying that there is an opportunity for this to cease if certain things are done. What's that?
In this very minute.
That it would stop right now.
Right now.
If 1, 2, 3 things happen, what are those?
Release of the kidnapped people, live and dead, and the removal of the Hamas terrorist leadership from Gaza. These are the aims of the war. And another aim that was added in the last week by the Israeli cabinet to enable to get to a ceasefire in the north, to enable 80,000 Israelis that were evacuated a year ago from the north to go back to their homes. Very simple.
Okay. What is the agreement about who is supposed to be an administrative authority in Gaza? I think it's important for us to go back to that. Who is supposed to be administrating, or who has been agreed that should be an administrative authority in Gaza today?
There was no agreement because there's no such discussion. The only thing that there's a consensus about it in Israel, it's not us.
So then how can we say it's not Israel? How can you say remove people from Gaza in order for us to cease fire if there's no consensus that it is not Israel who's supposed to be there? How then do you have a say over who should be there?
Are you suggesting we should be governing Gaza?
No, I'm saying how do you say that should be one of the demands for ceasefire if there's no consensus about who should be in an administrative authority over
we don't
Gaza?
have to negotiate or to bring all the Palestinian parties together. They should agree. There are 2 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Not all of them are Hamas. Most of them are Hamas supporters, but I guess there are other local leaders, and there were in the past, and also we see it coming up today slowly, too slow, but it's coming. Local leaders in Gaza that can take the place of the terrorists, can replace them, supported by the Palestinian Authority. Unfortunately, the first thing that the Palestinian Authority did is to embrace Hamas. Instead, if I'm a political representative or any diplomatic representative of the Palestinian Authority, on October the 7th, I will say, if you don't want this to happen in the West Bank, let's sit and strike a deal today. But no.
When did the Palestinian Authority embrace Hamas?
When?
Yes.
Oh, in so many instances.
Name one.
On October the 7th, they were celebrating on the streets of Ramallah.
As the Palestinian Authority?
Nothing happens. It's not a very democratic entity.
I asked that because we put that to the ambassador last week, and we asked whether the Palestinian Authority, the government of Palestine, has any sort of support to Hamas.
Only half a year later.
And he said that the government of Palestine does not support Hamas. The government of Palestine has not supported what Hamas did on October the 7th last year. The government of Palestine does not support the continued holding of hostages, Israeli hostages, by Hamas.
Yeah. Have you seen any official condemnation of Hamas by the Palestinian Authority? Ask him to show us one. None. What happened is half a year later, when they realized the price, the toll on the Palestinian population, they started backing off. But show me one condemnation by the Palestinian Authority of Hamas. Listen to what the Palestinian envoys say here. And he was trying, it was kind of, maybe sad, he was trying to move between, we control the whole Palestinian community, both in Gaza and the West Bank, and at the same time, how did he put it? The non-obedient member of the family, with which he needs China. He said he needs to bring China to bring them together. These disobedient members of the family kill his own people in the West Bank, not in Gaza, in the West Bank today, these days, because they try to take over. Yeah, and he forgot many other things. You were talking about attempts to a settlement. I don't want to give a big historical lecture. It's all documented. You can go back to the partition resolution, 1947. We accepted, and again, Israel accepted the partition resolution, Palestinian state, Jewish state. The Jewish state was without Jerusalem. Now, I'm talking to the people in Kenya. I don't need to tell you, the people of Kenya, what Jerusalem means to Jews, right? And Ben Gurion, the founding father, the first prime minister, accepted the partition resolution without Jerusalem. Jerusalem was not the capital, it was Tel Aviv. So it was then in 1947, and then through the different wars, and of course the culmination was in 2000, in July, in Camp David, when we offered initially 92% of the territory of the West Bank, then 95%, and 2008, 100%. But that was not good enough, because the issue is not this, it's the very existence of Israel. For them, it's difficult to swallow this thing called the Israeli state.
Does Israel, maybe I'll ask it a different way, does Israel recognize and acknowledge that the Palestinian Authority, the Palestinian administration, is the legitimate administration,
of course,
in Palestine?
Yeah.
Does it also acknowledge that that administration and the political wing of Hamas are competitors in the politics of Palestine?
There's no political wing of Hamas. There's Hamas. Of course, they are competitors. They're enemies, not competitors.
Okay. So then one cannot be supporting the other if they are in opposition of each other.
I don't see them. Egypt has been trying for many years to bring them together to one room. Always failed.
Okay. So then it would not be correct to say that the Palestinian administration is supporting Hamas.
No. The Palestinian Authority saw this as an opportunity to push forward its agenda. Because once it was clear that we retaliate. Because, as one of our previous prime ministers, Golda Meir, said once, the Palestinians don't miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. So they immediately jumped and embraced the attack and what followed. Of course, for political, they were for reasons they tried to be more delicate in the statements. What I'm saying is that if the Palestinian Authority would have come condemning Hamas, the leadership of the Hamas, that could have created an alternative for the Palestinians in Gaza. I'm not talking about the West Bank. The Palestinians in Gaza would have said, okay, there is an alternative. And then the ball would have rolled to our court, right? Okay, there's an agreement among the Palestinians. Now let's see what the Israelis say. But it's not the case.
You've stated this morning, and you've actually challenged, let the Palestinians show us one official statement condemning Hamas and the attack in Gaza. And what you're saying is, if there is nothing written, then we should take the inference here to be support. Then also, conversely, if there is nothing written, is there anything written by the Palestinian Authority supporting Hamas or praising the attack?
I can't quote. It's the general politics that the Palestinian Authority led. And it's a part of a bigger picture. The Palestinians, Iran, Turkey, which joined. So, and quite a few Arab countries, although many in the Arab world, like the Gulf states, stood against. So if you want to answer what I mean when I say condemnation, or at least a very clear statement, look at UAE. UAE came, and Bahrain as well, came during the first week with a very clear statement against that. So this is the way to go. It's not, the usual politics you try to say and then you say the opposite, like we saw here in your studio 2 weeks ago. We are against the Hamas, but we are with the Hamas. Trying to play. You have to be, with terrorism, you have to be straightforward, not trying to play with the words.
Let's take a break. Conversation continues shortly. 8:30. Our guest this morning is His Excellency Ambassador Michael Lottem, the Israeli ambassador to Kenya. We're getting into October soon. It'll soon be October 7th. Since the Hamas militants invaded Israel, there has been some ongoing escalation of hostilities in our region. How many hostages are still being held, Ambassador?
101.
101.
Live and dead.
101.
Yes.
Live and dead. How many confirmed dead so far?
We don't know exactly, but more than 40.
Okay. So 101 hostages still being held. Removal of Hamas leadership is one of the conditions that the Israeli government has said, remove the Hamas leadership and we can cease fire. Enable 80,000 Israelis to go back home. Those are being held up in the north. Let them return to their homes. These are the conditions for ceasefire. The United Nations has weighed in on this with a resolution on Wednesday. We'll be talking about that shortly. Keep it here.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start.
Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
Kenya
Kenyans abroad, sending money home should be simple and stress-free. Stay connected back home. Open your Credit Bank Nyumbani Diaspora account today by visiting www.creditbank.co.ke. Just a few clicks and you're all set to send love and support back to your loved ones. And that's not all. Explore a world of possibilities, including investment opportunities. It's fast, easy, and secure, bringing you closer to the moments that matter most. Visit creditbank.co.ke or call +254 70 907 2000 to learn more. Credit Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
The weather with SpiceFM.
The sun is up in Nairobi. It's 16 degrees. We'll see highs of 26 and highs of 25. In a sunny Nakuru at 18. 15 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 25. And we'll see highs of 23 in a sunny Eldoret at 16. It's 25 and sunny in Mombasa with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 in a mostly sunny Malindi at 27. Cloudy at 23 in Kisumu with highs of 29, while Kakamega will go to highs of 29 and lows of 16. Kampala is cloudy at 20 with highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 30 in Dar es Salaam, where it is sunny at 25. Looking into a sunny Johannesburg at 10, we'll see highs of 15. And into Mogadishu, the sun is shining at 27, highs of 30, and highs of 22, and a sunny Addis Ababa at 17. Lagos cloudy at 25 with highs of 30, and Kinshasa partly sunny at 23 with highs of 32.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
All right, it's a busy morning, but nothing too crazy. We're looking at a little bit of traffic coming in from Survey through towards Pangani. And on Limuru Road, also busy here and there. It's busy most parts of Westlands coming out towards the city, and we're looking at traffic also starting to build on Langata Road as you head out towards the CBD. The Eastern Bypass, I think we're done with what's going on this morning. Just a little bit left of that as you approach North Airport Road. We'll talk SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, 26 minutes to 9. Our conversation continues with the Israeli ambassador to Kenya, Michael Latiff. This is as we approach October, then October 7th, as we look back at that day when Hamas militants crossed over into Israel, went into Israeli settlements and homes, blatantly shooting people, killing many, maiming many, and taking away many hostages. 101 of them are still in captivity. Some dead, some alive. 40 have been confirmed dead. Now, something happened at the United Nations in New York on Wednesday, and there was a resolution that was calling for Israel to withdraw from the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. And among other things, the resolution is calling on Israel to pay reparations to Palestinians for the damage caused by its occupation and urges countries to take steps to prevent trade or investment that maintains Israel's presence in the territories. It got 124 countries supported that resolution, 43 countries that voted against the resolution. Some countries, including Kenya, Ethiopia, Canada, the DRC, Congo, Rwanda, and South Sudan were among those that abstained from this.
Malawi voted with us.
Malawi voted against the resolution. Uganda, Tanzania, Djibouti, Burundi, Mauritius voted for the resolution. There's a growing sentiment in the world, if you look at this, that maybe it's about time that we had a cessation of hostilities in this region.
You know what? There's also a growing sentiment in Israel that we should get to a peace in our region.
Mm-hmm.
So there's consensus on this one.
Okay.
We had enough.
Is there pressure? Is the government of Israel feeling the pressure then to actually halt its current activities in Hamas?
What we try, I mean, the aims of the war, I stated them before.
Mm-hmm.
So they are clear. All our previous attempts to come to an agreement, starting from the Oslo Accords, 1993. And then the withdrawal, the unilateral withdrawal from Gaza. The evacuation of all the major cities, Bethlehem, the Nativity Church, is 2 kilometers from my apartment in Jerusalem. You can go to visit it. I can't enter. People don't know it. I can't enter Jericho. I can't. I was in Jericho when I was a child. Okay? So this is under Palestinian control. So we left. As I said, we withdrew from Lebanon in 2000. You do a mistake, you do something and you get the reaction that you get. That's once, second, third. And then, eventually we learn. So we wait and we demand to see a radical change in the thinking and the behavior of the Palestinians and those activated by Iran. And that's a challenge.
Okay.
Iran has its own agenda. Iran doesn't care about what the UN says or the UN doesn't say. And Iran is pushing. And the Houthis are pushing. And it's closer to your region as well. It's not a faraway thing in the middle of nowhere.
So in terms of the government of Israel, and seeing the UN passes a resolution by 124 members who say, get out of Palestinian territory. The International Court of Justice on July 19th says that the Israel's presence in the Palestinian territory is unlawful and cites various violations, including building and expanding settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, exploiting Palestinian resources like water, annexation of land, and discrimination against Palestinians. The ICJ, though its ruling was not binding, has said this is unlawful. What is the response of the government of Israel to the international community?
Do I have to explain to a Kenyan how politicized are these institutions, the ICJ and the ICC? Do I really have to remind you how politicized they are? And the UN? Okay, the UN in the 70s, in 80, passed a resolution that Zionism equals racism. A few years later, they reversed it. It's all about politics. So I'm relaxed.
So the response,
I'm relaxed.
The response of Israel is that you're just reading politics into this. A resolution by 124 countries.
But it is politics.
A resolution by 124 countries at the UN is
the
nothing.
United Nations. Tell me, I think there are a few conflicts, a few disasters in Africa, in East Africa. Are you not upset that all these resolutions focus always on Israel? Are you not upset that the Palestinians basically hijack that your time, your African time, your East African? I mean, we don't talk about the conflicts in Africa. We don't talk about we sit here in UNEP, in Nairobi. And again, we discuss things that UNEP will never get to do. They can discuss and deal with what's happening here. But no, are you not upset with this?
Ambassador, the last time you were here, you were speaking in praise of what had happened at the UN, particularly the UN Security Council, and in fact even speaking glowingly about our then ambassador at the UN Council, Martin, who issued a statement that said this was absolutely wrong to see this kind of invasion of Russia into Ukraine. And said, you see, when the UN speaks like this is good for the global peace and harmony. Now, because the UN is voting against the activities of Israel, you read politics?
It just makes my point that it is politics. Look at the votings of other countries, some of them you mentioned, that reversed or changed their voting. Not because the reality has changed, because of political considerations.
So it's palatable if the politics make sense for you as a nation? The politics at the United Nations that you speak of, in one case, works for
Yeah,
a
but I'm
nation
not,
in
yeah,
another
but-
case doesn't really?
Yeah, but I'm not getting too excited when I get the support, and I don't get too excited when I don't, because I know it's all politics. So,
Okay.
I put it
Does
in.
it bear any weight on what Israel will or will not do with this resolution that has come from the United Nations?
No.
Okay. I remember just not too many months ago when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made a speech at Unga, and he basically said that Israel would go it alone if they had to. Does that still remain the same position today?
Yeah.
It does?
It does. Nobody is there to replace us. Nobody, the UN, take the UN. You want to, let's discuss the UN. UNIFIL, the United Nations force in South Lebanon. There is a UN resolution 1701, which stipulates that the Hezbollah should withdraw north of a river called Litani and so on and so forth, away from the Israeli-Lebanese recognized border. And there's a UN force there. Doing what? Doing what? Nothing. We don't expect them to do something, and they don't do anything.
Allow me to ask a question this way. What does Israel benefit with its prolonged occupation in Gaza?
But again, we should know the details. We left Gaza in 2005, okay? Gaza is not the West Bank. It's about 100 kilometers away from the West Bank. We left Gaza in 2005. I mean, that's something that people don't want to understand, to digest. We were not there. Prime Minister Sharon took a lot of fire from his previous parties, from different politicians, because we had to evacuate forcefully Israelis from the Gaza Strip. Not from the main cities. We were never, from 1994, we are not in Khan Yunis in Gaza, but from the settlements. We uprooted. We took the dead. We unburied them. Okay, so we are. So it's not, your question, what we gained from occupation is, sorry to say it, misleading, because we are not occupying. This is what
yet, you don't want Hamas there.
And yet, I can't understand the connection. Why there is
because
a
you said you've
contradiction.
left, which would almost mean
We left when the Palestinian Authority controlled Gaza. Palestinian Authority.
Okay.
2005.
There's still
Let
an
me give
issue.
you the details.
Israel still has an issue with Hamas in Gaza.
Correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So what's the issue with Hamas being in Gaza if Israel, as you say, has left 2005? We don't have any issue there.
So
but
we go to the
don't-
basic.
Still have
The
a
issue-
problem with Hamas being in Gaza.
We have
today. It was one of the conditions you gave for a ceasefire to happen.
No.
It's one of the issues that you gave
So let
for a ceasefire to take
Let
place.
me put it again. The issue with the Hamas is that in the last 20 years, they've been shooting rockets and missiles into Israel. This is the issue with the Hamas, not the fact that they controlled. And it was mentioned by the Palestinian here, it's mentioned by many in Israel, that we allowed a lot of money and construction material to go into Gaza. Why? We thought they will build something for the benefit of the population there. So the issue is not that the Hamas was in Gaza. The issue was that the Hamas fired continuously into Israel. That was the issue. Can you imagine any of the terrorist organizations, you have a few around you, shooting for the, continuously for years.
For sport.
2 decades. Just shooting. Do you get used to it? You get used to it. You don't want to get used to it. Our mistake was that we got used to it. We said, now, okay, it's, these few agricultural towns and villages. Yeah, it's not Tel Aviv. And many in the north are very upset. These 80,000 people, saying, we retaliate only when Tel Aviv is bombed. What about us? 80,000 people. I can't access 20 kilometers from the border with Lebanon. I cannot access. So this is the issue with the Hamas. Not the fact that they were in Gaza. The fact that they read the Hamas. Last time I brought you, if you remember, the Hamas covenant, and I read out. The issue is not Gaza. The issue is the existence of Israel, and they state it very clearly. But we are, we are nice people, so we think this is only blah, blah, blah. They don't mean it. They mean it.
So there is a connection between Hamas and the Hezbollah, and you've mentioned it here also, other states who are supporting them.
I mentioned Iran.
Right, Iran.
Yemen.
So what is Israel doing to gather the support of the international community, so then the international community can work together towards saying we want to move towards lasting peace? And so these organizations that are a threat to peace and security in Israel, that are also maybe a threat to stability in Palestine, because the ambassador was here for Palestine and said Hamas and its activities continue destabilizing the economy and peace and security in Palestine itself. So is there any action that has been taken by Israel to bring together the international community to rally towards elimination of or at least de-escalation of the hostilities by Hamas, by Hezbollah, and by such other states, as you say, Israel and Yemen and the others?
We tried, and the last big attempt was in 2008 by Prime Minister Olmert, who offered, as I said, 100% of the territory of the West Bank. 100%. He didn't offer Gaza because the Gaza was already in Palestinian hands. So, I tell you what I said, I guess, before. In the Middle East, if I go and buy something in the bazaar, if I get 20% off, it's nice. 50% is very nice. But in this case, it's 100%. And that was not good enough. So then you have to, to think, is there maybe another agenda? Maybe we're talking about the wrong thing. Maybe there is a hidden agenda. If they refused that.
Are there talks today? Because if we want to look at all of this from a solely humanitarian point of view, the number of deaths that have taken place in the 1 year cannot be blamed on one side only. Both sides are responsible for deaths that took place. Both sides are responsible for the destruction that took place. From a humanitarian point of view, in terms of what is happening across this belt, the calls from the world is that it needs to stop. The question is, who's going to be the one who's going to be ready to sit at the table and say, let us duke this out at the table and make sure that the humanitarian crisis does not deepen further than it already is?
Sorry, but I cannot agree with you on your initial statement. The destruction, the suffering of the people of Gaza was brought not by Israel. We didn't launch the war. We didn't initiate it. We retaliated.
Retaliation causes destruction.
Retaliation?
Whichever way you look at it.
Of course, but this is something that, as I said, could have been stopped in every given minute. Now, I can of course, give you numbers of other wars in the last 20 years where war took place inside cities. The number of deaths was in the hundreds of thousands. I don't want to bring the names here, but you can understand what I'm talking about, I'm sure. So we do it as accurate as possible. So when we called for the evacuation of people, the international community said, why do you evacuate people? Politics. When we don't and they are hit, then why you hit? Why are they being hit? So whatever we do, not good enough.
I can understand where you're coming from, but I'd really like you to look at this from this angle, that you cannot justify, again, death. And I'm looking at this not in a political manner, but I'm looking at this at a humanitarian level. And to say that we cannot justify death from a reason of retaliation. And so my question is...
You're wrong. Legally speaking, you're wrong.
Whether it is initiation or whether it is retaliation, the end result is that there's
self-defense.
Allow me to ask the question, that at the end of the day, the result, whether it is initiation or retaliation, there is loss of life, there's destruction. So, will there be a time, whether it is the proponents of retaliation or the proponents of initiation, will be able to say, okay, let us look at this thing and say, how can we actually bring it to an end?
Excellent. I'll give you two answers. One, self-defense is a basic right of every individual, every country. So when you defend yourself, sometimes someone is killed. As individuals in any society, Kenya included, and in any other place. And I'll give you also the macro. Lebanon. Why haven't I heard anybody, including no one in Africa, not the African Union, in the last almost a year, from October the 8th, Hezbollah has been attacking Israel. Nobody says anything, right? And we are waiting, and there are voices in Israel invade Lebanon. But this is exactly what you were asking. So we restrain ourselves. What use does it? Did it help anybody in Israel? Did it help these 80,000 people in the north? Not at all. So the mentality is different. I know business-wise, let me open brackets. Business-wise, I see people from Israel coming here to do business. Sometimes I look at the two sides and I think that they live on different planets. And the same, when I hear, in many cases, a European talking about the conflict in the Middle East. Just be more nice. In one culture, being nice is appreciated. In another culture, being nice is a show of weakness. And if we don't want to be, and I don't want to be arrogant enough to think that what I think, everybody thinks. Because you suffer here in Africa from this, we suffer from it in Israel. Some big guys think that if they think so, everybody should think so. Well, in real life, it doesn't happen so.
So what would be the condition, apart from the three that you mentioned, to look at a situation of a ceasefire to quell the humanitarian crisis that is currently being experienced?
Isn't it good enough? The three that I mentioned, two of them are relevant, two of the conditions are relevant to Gaza, not the third. Yeah? And I just heard this morning, an American senior official was very upset from the dynamic that we all know, we all read about it, and I see it here also, unfortunately, in the UN, in the discussions. Palestinians come with a demand. Once the demand is answered, they go back. Now what happens usually, and I'll tell you in the secret because no one listens, is that you say, okay, maybe I go one step backwards and that will appease them. Because I'm a nice guy. No, it doesn't work. Some cultures it works. In some cultures telling a lie is something terrible, right?
It's abhorrent, yes.
In another, it's something that, it's okay. Nothing happened. And you see it everywhere. We read about it. We read, the whole list, take the documents of July 2000 in Camp David, how they went back. Each time there was a demand, we accepted the demand, the Palestinians withdrew. And we see it, you mentioned the UN, I see it happening here. So sometimes you have to speak softly and carry a big stick, as Roosevelt said.
Yeah. Ambassador, on this 7th of October, when, the dust had settled, so to speak, it was clear that over 1,000 Israelis had been killed. Some were found at a concert, they were killed there. Some were found in their own homes, peacefully, they were killed there. Children were killed. It was painful to see that in the news. Some were dragged out of their homes, out of that concert, out of the streets, and they were taken away as hostages. Since then, many have died in captivity. This is on the side of Israel. Look at the other side as well, in the Gaza Strip. There were innocent children, women, men, waking up to go on with their daily lives, to open their shop, to go to school, and they have died. Yeah. Their homes have been destroyed. Their schools have been destroyed. Many of them have been forced to find a way to move out of this Gaza Strip, and they don't know what they'll come back to. These are human beings that are affected in this conflict. Now, as a government that knows the pain of losing human beings, what does Israel think needs to happen so that this stops, so that not one more Israeli, not one more Palestinian dies?
What we need to do is exactly what we've been trying to do in the last many months, to come to some kind of an agreement that will remove the leadership of the Hamas from its place. Some of them were removed by other means, and to release the hostages.
Does Israel regret the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinians?
We regret the death of every innocent person. Very simple. When I watch on news and I see, I don't feel happy. The one who went out celebrating on the rooftops in Ramallah, those 75% Palestinians in the West Bank, coming back to what you asked before, 75% by a survey done by the Palestinians supported Hamas. Okay? So they were celebrating. Have you seen any celebrations in Israel? I saw demonstrations in Israel against, to release the hostages, to stop. We don't celebrate when our enemies die. And there is this 45 minutes very graphic videos taken by the Hamas, more than 45, but we cut it, and they took the videos with the GoPro when they slaughtered, beheaded. And you see some of the videos taken in Gaza, and you see all these supposedly innocent people in Gaza celebrating, hitting dead bodies. So the reality is a bit more complicated than bad guys, good guys in Gaza. Hamas was voted for, supported by so many in Gaza. There is a need for a change of mindset in the population of Gaza.
Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us today. We hope you come back soon, and at least we get some more updates of what's happening in this region, hoping that next time it'll be talking about peace and now the implementation of a peace accord.
And maybe we can dedicate next time some minutes to speak about what Israel does with Kenya positively on the bilateral, because our bilateral with Kenya is not the Palestinians.
That's true. That's true. Kenya and Israel enjoy some cordial diplomatic relations, and that's why you're here. Ambassador Michael Latiff is the Israeli ambassador to Kenya. He's been our guest for this hour as we head towards October. What's happening in that region? Keep it here for more. It's 9 a.m.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. 3 men who were abducted in Kitengela, Kajiado County have been found alive. Jamil Longton and Aslam Longton were found in Gashi, while Bob Njagi was found in Thogoto, according to lawyers. Aslam and Jamil Longton are at a hospital in Nairobi undergoing treatment. Yesterday, police denied claims that the three were under police custody. Addressing the press yesterday, DCI boss Mohammed Amin and Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja called on the public to assist with information that would help with investigations. Now, the sisters of Yasin Moyo, who was felled by a police bullet in 2020, rendered tearful testimonies as they recounted her final moments before the deadly gunshot. Yasin, then aged 13, was killed on the evening of March 30th, 2020 by a bullet allegedly fired by a police officer who was enforcing a curfew. The trial hearing began at the Nairobi High Court, where the sisters Aisha Hussein and Hawa Hussein took to the dock to testify. Hawa told Justice Lilian Mutende that everybody was in the sitting room at their house in Kiamai Kohuruma that evening when a tragedy hit. Their neighbor Ake Hassa then walked into their house seeking to get back the phone she had earlier brought to be charged. Now, a new traffic commandant for the National Police Service was named in many changes announced by the Deputy Inspector General of Police Edith Lagat. Former Rift Valley Regional Police Commander Frederick Ocheng was named the new commandant in the changes. Ocheng had been sent to the National Counter-Terrorism Center since March 2022. He swapped positions with the outgoing Commandant Mary Omari. In the change, the Director of Personnel at Kenya Police Service Headquarters, Jacinta Muthoni, was moved to the Kenya National Focal Point. Muthoni was replaced by Catherine Muga, who was the staff officer training at police headquarters. 5 heads of provincial traffic formations were moved. And farmers sold coffee worth 382 million shillings in the Nairobi Coffee Exchange, even as growers in several counties continued protesting for returns. In the sale, 9,732 bags, 2,593 bags of premium grade A coffee was sold, fetching 110 million shillings, while 3,950 bags of AB fetched 157 million shillings. About 1,143 bags of grade C coffee worth 13 million shillings was sold. 11 bags of grade E worth 260,838, while lower grades T and double T sold 368 bags worth 5.5 million shillings, and 264 bags worth 732 shillings 987 were sold. Ibero Kenya Limited bought the highest amount of coffee of 2,528 bags, totaling 157,307 kgs. Now, some 680,000 smallholder tea farmers will benefit from the first batch of 47,300 tons of subsidized fertilizer flagged off at the Mombasa port by Agriculture PS Paul Rono. He said the 1 million bags of fertilizer that left the port will reach the farmers. Another batch of 1 million bags will be received in 3 weeks and will benefit nearly 800,000 tea farmers across the country. The tea sector is critical to the country's economy, touching 8 million households, according to the PS. And Bungoma County has received medical equipment and other non-medical supplies worth 59 million shillings from USAID's Dumisha Afya initiative. Now, the donation is aimed at enhancing healthcare services in facilities across the country. Health and Sanitation Services Executive Caroline McCallie said the equipment will ease the workload for health professionals and improve service delivery. The supplies will boost digitizing and connectivity of healthcare facilities. And Sirisia Member of Parliament John Walohe will today know his fate in the 300 million shillings case involving the National Cereals and Produce Board. Walohe filed an appeal against the 1 billion shillings fine slapped on him, or serve 57 years imprisonment after being found guilty in the corruption scandal. Before submitting the appeal, Walohe paid 10 million shillings bail as he contested the charges against him. Also, at the corridors of Justice and Deputy Inspector General of the National Police Service Gilbert Masengeli is expected to appear before High Court Judge Lawrence Mugambi today for directions over his 6-month prison sentence. This after another High Court Judge, Chacha Mwita, declined to grant him his wish to appear before Justice Mugambi to apologize for ignoring 7 court summons. So continue to follow up on this developing story. We shall be bringing the very latest in a subsequent bulletin. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, a few minutes after 9 o'clock. What's happening with traffic on the streets? Clear on the Eastern Bypass. I think we're fine with that. On Jogo Road, heading out into the city, we have a little bit of that as well. And coming in from Survey towards the Pangani tunnel, I think we're seeing the last of that traffic this morning. Traffic hour hasn't been too painful. Gong Road still continues to be busy. And we're going to keep an eye on that as we get out of traffic hour. Let's still talk and see, just in case anything does go out of whack. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yes, it's 7 minutes after 9. So you spend 2,000 shillings, for example, and you take up the all-in-one package by Safaricom. What do you get in terms of data?
17 GB.
And in terms of calling minutes?
1,000.
And SMSs?
2,000.
And what is up?
Free.
What is up?
As long as you want it.
La.
For as much as you want it.
30 days.
Yes.
All-in-one package. And we've been telling you this about Safaricom all-in-one package all the time. And we tell you, you could do that. Spend 2,000 bob, for example, or 500, or 1,000, or 5,000. Whatever amount of money you spend, it's okay. That's yours. But us guys, courtesy of Safaricom, are going to give you 3,000 bob. Okay? All you need to do is to do what?
Is you need to dial star 544 hash. You'll see item number 4 is go monthly. You will now write number 4 and send. It'll come back and it'll give you the different options of which one you can pick, blah, blah. You pick the one for 2,000 shillings a month.
You pick the one for all-in-one first.
All-in-one, sorry.
Yes.
All-in-one, it goes. Then you look through and the one for 2,000 shillings is where you get all these wonderful things that we've talked about. You click, you subscribe, you go. Send us a screenshot that you've done it on our socials inside the DM.
Yes.
You could win 3,000 bob.
Like that.
Imagine.
Yep. Like that. Our next conversation is about consumer protection. Okay? Now, when such companies like Safaricom say, oh, if you do this, you get 19 GB or 17 GB or 5 GB or 500 meetings or 1,000. If you don't get what they've said, what rights do you have as a consumer to go and tell them?
I didn't get.
So you occupy. If a company says it's selling you water and they've written there on the bottle it's 500 ml,
then you go
and you go and you measure and you find it is 485 ml, what you do? Also, those are just the obvious ones. There are very many other things that actually the law puts to safeguard the rights of consumers. Do we know them? We're going to know them by the end of this hour. Odhiambo Akwom is a consumer policy and regulatory compliance expert. He's our guest for the next hour. Good morning, Odhiambo.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Salama kabisa.
Good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Very good.
Happy to be back.
Yes. Yes. Now, as a consumer protection and rights expert, I want to tell you something about consumers. I want you to be a consumer.
Yes.
Of the NCBA Loop lifestyle. Okay?
Oh, NCBA Loop lifestyle.
Yes.
All right, great.
If you go to Play Store or App Store, just search Loop.
Okay.
You will see Loop.
Loop, Okay.
It comes, it's an app. What color is this? This is orange.
Well done.
Right? Yeah, it's an orange in color. And it looks like L. Download.
Download the, all right.
Download it, Loop. So once you download, then it tells you now, set it up and sign up. Sign up, it'll ask you those basic details.
Sign up details.
Yeah,
all right.
Your name, first name, last name, your ID number, your email address, and so on and so forth. And then it'll tell you, okay, now we'd like to, because we are regulated by the CBK, we have the know your customer details that you have to do. One of them is a scanned copy of your ID.
Oh.
Just like there you do. If you walked into a bank, they tell you, so bring a copy of your ID. So they'll tell you, just take a photo of your ID, front page, and then back page, and then they'll say, okay, so we want to validate. So what we see, this is what we have from the government. Your first name, your last name, blah, 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 correct. This is your ID number, correct. So you're the one, correct. Now we are sending you an activation code on your email. The email that you provided, they'll send you a code. You just go in there and you activate.
All right.
Once you activate, my friend, get into the lifestyle.
All right. Sounds good.
Simple like that. What do you now do, Ndu? I would tell Adhiambo. What do you do?
There are many things that you can do, actually. You can pay your utility bills, same place, move money from your account to your wallet. You can set up standing orders. You can make sure that if you're looking for an overdraft, you can do all of that right there. Get a personal loan, all of these things. If you're in business, you can pay your merchants pay and also set up deliveries for your clients. You can also advertise your good and products right here on Loop. So you can imagine all of this in this circular way of getting business done, getting your personal things set up. You can do all of that on Loop. And we can give 5,000 bob if you download. Take the next 6 hours. Just download the thing, send a screenshot, Edward Quatch on a Spice Drive tonight.
All right.
You could win 5,000 shillings with Edward.
Evo 2.
Download.
Sounds very convenient, sounds very enticing, and probably worth it.
Yeah.
Loop it.
Yes.
Your name is Odhiambo. Loop is a lifestyle.
I will have to conform with all those things that we associated with.
Very good.
Especially where I come from.
Very good.
Thanks.
Now, let me welcome you with today's proverb. City centers with the proverbs and said he's away, he's relaxing.
All right.
To Simsumbue. So he gave us the proverbs in advance. This week the proverbs have been from Libya.
Oh,
okay.
Yes.
Today's proverb is very simple, very straightforward. It says, in the house of a man who has been hanged, do not talk of rope. In the house of a man who's been hanged, don't talk of rope.
Absolutely. I wouldn't really want to talk of a rope in the house of a man who's been hanged. I mean, you know the kind of emotions, the kind of pain that such can draw, especially from, let's say, his next of kin, his loved ones, and things like that. So you really have to be very cautious on the kind of, subjects that you bring about in the course of conversations with people who are grieving, for that matter. So I would be very, very cautious because the rope by itself is the I would want to believe that was the instrument that was used to bring about death. So I would be very cautious to speak about ropes and things like that in such a scenario.
Very good.
Yeah.
Don't be cautious to speak about consumer rights. Okay? Because that's why you're here today.
Absolutely.
And that's what you do for a living. What do you do actually for a living?
For a living, professionally I'm a lawyer.
Yes.
All right. But as it is, I'm more into public policy and regulatory compliance. Yeah. So, and all of this feature within the space of governance. Yes.
So speaking about consumers, how many pieces of legislation mention consumers or are thinking about consumer?
Well, at the moment, we have got two prominent legislations that speak to consumer interest in Kenya. We have the Consumer Protection Act, which basically is the law that was formulated pursuant to Article 46 of the 2010 Constitution. But before that, we also, in August of 2010, we came up with the Competition Act. The Competition Act basically establishes the Competition Authority of Kenya, but the Competition Authority of Kenya deals with quite a number of issues relating to products liability, competition in the market, and things like that. Yes, but for the sake of credit transactions and for which, the Consumer Protection Act of 2012 speaks to, you find that it is more or less regulated under this 2012 Act and not under the 2010 Act that provides for the Competition Authority of Kenya. That is not to say that the Competition Authority of Kenya does not have the ability, if not systems for dealing with consumer claims in the country.
When you say consumer protection,
yes,
what exactly do we mean?
Consumer protection is just about the marketplace. We're looking at the marketplace and the fairness that ideally should be associated with the marketplace when it comes to the buying of goods and services from the standpoint of a consumer, all right, or from the standpoint of a buyer.
Okay.
So yeah.
So this is not dealing at all with the vendor.
It's not about the vendor as such.
Okay.
It is about the consumer and the interest of the consumer and the kind of protections that the consumer is afforded in law. And all of this stems from Article 46 of the Constitution, but in any event, we also have got international instruments from the United Nations. For instance, we've got the United Nations guidelines on consumer protection that provide for standards relating to how the laws, rules, institutions for the protection of consumer protection should basically be established and in any event applied.
Okay.
Yes.
So what protections do consumers then benefit from if we're looking at it from a large scale today? And are we looking at this consumption across board of product?
All right. Consumer protection applies across products, liability. And we also have issues around health, infrastructure. If you have to go into the specifics of it, you'd find yourself going into issues like products liability, competition, safety. Like KEBS, for instance, the Kenya Bureau of Standards. It's established under the Standards Act, but what does it do? All right, things to do with, when we were growing up, and I'm sure possibly Eric can relate with this. Remember those kilos that we used to have, those weighing machines?
Yes.
We used to have weighing machines that at times, when your mother sent you to the shop, she would tell you to watch out and see if somebody has put a penny, penny, the 10 cent, just to ensure that you're giving an accurate...
doesn't fall.
So all of those things come into play, and the fact of the matter is that prior to 2010, we had quite a number of laws which try to speak to consumer protection, but never go to speak to it in the manner that the law that has been done under Article 46 of the Constitution speaks to consumer protection. Why I say so is that you'd have to look at the Weights and Standards Act, Weights and Measures Act, the Standards Act, restrictive competition or something like that Act. All of those, you'd have to look at them. But then the problem with those legislations was the fact that they provided for criminal sanctions when it comes to violations of consumer interest, if not rights. All right? But with the coming of the 2010 Constitution, Article 46, and in any event, the formulation of laws that have one way or the other tried to relate consumer protection from the standpoint of the transformational justice or transformative justice that the Constitution brings about, you realize that it is not just about criminal sanctions anymore. There are other redress mechanisms, including compensations, as one way of redress. So if you're able to prove the fact that your rights have been violated, then as a matter of fact, one of the things, and we shall get into the details of it, compensation is one such avenue for redress. Yes.
Okay. Do consumers understand their rights from your perspective?
Well, based on the survey that was done by the Consumer Protection Advisory Board Committee, which is established under Section 89 of the Act, they did a survey a bit in 2019-2020. And then, unfortunately, from that survey, it indicated that up to 82% of Kenyans are not aware of their consumer rights.
Up to?
82% of Kenyans are not aware of that. 75% at least are aware of, 75%, 82% are not aware of their rights. 75% are not even aware of the existence
of the rights
of the Consumer Protection Act and things like that. Yeah. So from the statistics, you can actually get to see what you're dealing with.
So give us an example, really down to the ground example. I'm buying what? let's take something that's in the thing today. Oil. I'm buying oil. And how do I know what I can make a complaint over as concerns my rights? What would I have to see? What discrepancy would there need to be for me to come out and say, look, there's a problem, and whom am I going to?
Okay. You see, that might also, relate to products liability and things like that. As a consumer, generally, what we're trying to say is that one of the things that you're assured of as a consumer is fairness and safety, accessibility and things like that when it comes to the market. So for issues to do with oil and things like that, of course there are standards that are prescribed for purposes of for purposes of the kind of oil that can be sold in Kenya and things like that. So KEBS would have to play a very prominent role in assessing such kind of situations, especially complaints that might arise from people who are saying, from a safety perspective, we were sold items or, things that do not conform or rise to the level of safety in terms of consumption and things like that. But in the context of what Kenyans easily relate with and for which the Act has in a very manifest manner addressed itself to are credit transactions. And credit transactions are basically, these credit agreements where it's all about monies. One is loaning money and the other is being loaned money and the kind of things that come with that. In that space, there are quite a number of rights that are guaranteed in law. But unfortunately, going back to the statistics that have been pointed out by the Kenya Consumer Advisory Committee, Consumer Protection Advisory Committee, you get to see that Kenyans get into credit transactions and they're not aware of their rights. For instance, you've got the right to revoke a credit agreement just based on the fact that the other party and the domineering party for that matter has committed an unfair trade practice. It is provided for in law.
Goja.
Yes.
So you've gone to this institution that lends money to you, all right? Whether it be a commercial bank, a microfinance institution, deposit taking or whatever, SACCO, or even the mobile lenders who are now under the ambit of the central bank.
Yes.
You take some money from them, credit, and you sign an agreement.
Yes.
At some point, you can say sleepy.
Yes.
Because the lender has done something. What could that something be?
It is in law. It is in law. Section 12, 13, 14, 15 of the Consumer Protection Act. Right? And if you look at Section 12, Section 12 of the Act, and I can make reference to it.
Yes.
I don't know if you have yours in front of you. But Section 12 of the Act, all right, from Section 13, from Section 13 of the Act, it talks of unfair practices, all right? And one of the unfair practices under Section 13 of the Act is false representation. And false representation is anything that is misleading, anything that is basically anything that is false, misleading, or deceptive in terms of representation. So if you have any of those, all right, becoming clear in a manifest manner that as at the time of entering into that contract, there was the commission of an unfair practice, then as a matter of law, you've got the right to cancel that contract.
Give an example of false representation.
False representation under the law, they are listed, and there are quite a number of them. Section 13, let me just say it in quickly. It is an unfair practice for a person to make a false, misleading, or deceptive representation without limiting the generality of what constitutes a false, misleading, or deceptive representation. The following are included as false, misleading, or deceptive representations. So, A, representation that the goods or services have sponsorship, approval, performance, characteristics, accessories, use, ingredients, benefits, or qualities they do not have.
Okay.
All right, that's one.
So you're buying some cooking oil and it says it has vitamin A 100 mg, and they find the vitamin A is 105 mg.
You can
That's
complain.
false representation.
Yeah, if it is misleading and in any event formed part of the basis upon which you acted.
Okay, second.
The other one is a representation that the goods or services are of a particular standard, quality, grade, style, or model. If they are not. All right. Then a representation that a specific price advantage exists if it does not.
A specific price advantage
exists if it does not.
For example, so for example, there's an offer, there's a sale.
Yes.
They say this is 70% off, and it's not.
Let me give you a clear one.
Please.
See, you go to a shop. They say that the price has reduced from 99 to 77.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
It would be misleading if indeed that item has never sold at 99 before. You get? If it has never sold at 99 before.
But what is it? It's an offer.
No, it's not.
It's an offer, yes.
Yeah.
But has it ever... So they're saying it's 99 cancelled. Now 77.
Oh, but it was never 99.
It has never sold at 99 before. Okay. But now they're saying 77. How would you deal with that?
How would you know?
Deal with that?
Maybe the thing is actually 77 shilling.
Okay.
Okay.
I wouldn't really know, but the fact of the matter is that it never sold for 99 bob before. But they're telling you that they've now reduced the price from 99 to 77 bob.
All right.
You get? That's a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pricing.
So the price advantage never existed before. All right. Then a representation using exaggeration, innuendo, or ambiguity as to a material fact, or failing to state a material fact if such use or failure deceives or tend to deceive. All right. A representation that misrepresent the purposes or intent of any solicitation. They're quite a number, but the most critical...
to go to ones for banks or
for banks. Now, now we're going to the next one now. Now the next one, which is an unfair trade practice. Unfair practice, false representation. It is called unconscionable representation as an unfair practice.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Now, when it comes to unconscionable representation, and for you to determine what unconscionable representation entails, Section 14 comes in of the Act. All right? And if you allow me, I can quickly state some of these things. Under the law, it is an unfair practice to make an unconscionable representation. All right? The following shall be considered in determining whether a representation is unconscionable. So, A, that the consumer is not reasonably able to protect his or her interest because of disability, ignorance, illiteracy, inability to understand the language of an agreement, or similar factors. That's one. 2, that the price grossly exceeds the price at which similar goods or services are readily available to like consumers. As an example, you go to a microfinance institution. They tell you, we will give you a loan at 6% interest per month. All right? How does 6% feel?
Feels very good.
Feels very good.
Yeah,
all right?
Single digit.
Single digit. But remember, Eric,
it's per month.
It is per month.
Yeah.
Right? So 6 times 12. How much is that?
72.
It's 72%.
Per annum.
And it is a loan. What is the CBK lending rate? At the moment, possibly 14, 15 or something.
Yeah, it's
right,
than
thereabouts.
that, yes.
Yeah, then add the markup by bank. So the lending rate in the country right now is about 20 or thereabouts. All right? So how do you compare 20 and 72?
It's incomparable.
So read that section of the law again.
That the price grossly exceeds the price at which similar goods or services are readily available to like consumers. To like consumers.
This loan from this particular institution grossly exceeds market.
It absolutely.
No other lender in the market is anywhere close to 70%.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
But they stated it.
It does not matter that they stated it.
How is it unconscionable representation?
Because it exceeds. It exceeds the price at which similar goods, because it's about fairness, it's about access, it's about comparison, proportionality. and things like that.
The willing buyer, willing seller.
Freedom of contract. I knew you'd come to that.
You're not forced.
Freedom of contract. The thing is this. The law of contract basically provides for the manner in which contracts are formed. Unfortunately, it does not provide for the manner in which these contracts are executed. And the Consumer Protection Act comes in to remedy some of the disadvantages that comes with execution, or if not implementation of contracts. All right? And the fact of the matter is this. The mere fact that you signed the contract does not necessarily oust the jurisdiction of this law. Remember, contract by itself, these are personal laws. It's an agreement between you and myself for either to do or not to do something. But remember, it's still subservient to the law of the day. All right? And before I speak to freedom of contract, let me tell you another thing about it, about the other issues around unconscionable representation. Then we come back to that matter. So the other one is that the consumer is unable to receive a substantial benefit from the subject matter of the representation, that there is no reasonable probability of payment of the obligation in full by the consumer. Remember, at 72%.
So you are highly unlikely to be able to repay this loan.
At 72%.
And the lender knows this.
They know you won't pay it.
It's predatory lending.
Umeweka title ya shamba. That's what they're going after.
That's what they're going after. All right.
These logbook loans.
Especially the logbook loans. And remember, 6 also, Eric, that the terms of the consumer transaction are so adverse to the consumer to be inequitable. All right. Remember, if you've read some of those loan agreements, I've read them. It's 6% interest per month. That is 72%. Then they also tell you, in the event of default on any installment, they start compounding interest, which is at the beginning of the week they charge you simple interest. At the end of the week they compound that which you've not paid by the end of the week. You know.
What?
So by the time you look at it, you've borrowed 100,000, but somebody is telling you 5 months down the line that you owe them 800,000 bob.
But it's unallowed by law.
In Duplam.
Well, the
Duplam principle.
In Duplam principle operates in a manner that is slightly different from this. All right? Okay. In Duplam principle generally says that you cannot pay, all right, more than twice what you've borrowed. Okay. All right? So the maximum for Induplam is twice, right? So it does not look at the issues around the contract itself. But for consumer protection, we are looking at the issues. We are looking at even the interest rates. We are looking at the bargaining power of the parties.
Okay, let's take a break. We come back. We'll focus because we have seen there's predatory lending, and in fact, very many people have been complaining.
Yes,
they went to some of these, here we call them logbook loans. They're very fast loans. They're pay slip loans. In other markets, they're called the payday loans.
Payday loans, yes.
And we've seen a lot of complaints about them. Predatory lending, but what does the law say about the rights of the consumer? Okay?
Absolutely.
We'll come back and talk about it shortly at 26 minutes to 10. Odhiambo Akom is a lawyer. He's a consumer policy and regulatory compliance expert. We are talking about how the law protects consumer interests in this country. The Consumer Protection Act of 2012 is what he's quoting extensively here. Keep it here. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Seal the deal every day with the all-in-one plan from Safaricom. Get data, minutes, and SMS all-in-one on-the-go monthly bundle plan from Safaricom. Tune into the Situation Room every Monday to Friday as we unpack the all-in-one monthly plan from Safaricom. Safaricom is for you.
A special report. Good morning, kid. Leo, to pay our listeners some game. Imagine kuwa na a reliable squad all through your day.
Squad unaweza count on, maze.
Uta-enjoy all things finance and fun. Talk of transacting seamlessly. Plus, unaweza link other bank cards kwa app. Ulipe bills easily na uweke standing orders,
Ku-access loans za kugrow life yako nayo. It's just one time.
Squad sasa ni loop. Loops here to suit your lifestyle.
No matter what your financial or lifestyle need is, the Loop Squad will be there by your side to sort you out. Download Loop today.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Ready to take your farm to the next level? The Farm Kenya Annual Mkulima Expo in Kitale is the place to be. Circle the dates, 27th and 29th of September at Ndura Grounds. This year's game-changing theme, safe harvesting and storage, bigger profits. Get hands-on with cutting-edge tech, unlock the secrets of safe storage, and dive into farm-to-fork innovations. Rub shoulders with top players from seed companies, mechanization pros, storage experts, and more, all under one roof. Farmers, MSMEs, researchers, investors, this event is tailor-made for you. It's your shot to elevate your farm and maximize your gains. Don't just watch from the sidelines. Be part of the action at the Farm Kenya Expo. Brought to you by Farm Kenya. Powering the future of farming, transforming lives.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs today going to 26 and lows of 14. Highs of 25 and lows of 14 in a sunny Nakuru. And at 18, it's sunny in Nyeri with highs of 25 and lows of 15. We'll see highs of 23, lows of 13 in Eldoret. And looking into a mostly sunny Mombasa, we'll see highs of 30 and lows of 23. 30 will be the high and lows of 24 in Malindi. And into Kisumu, cloudy with highs of 29 and lows of 19. Kakamega at 23 is sunny with highs of 29 and lows of 16. Kampala cloudy at 21 with highs of 28. And into Dar es Salaam at 27, we'll see highs of 30. Johannesburg at 9 is mostly sunny with highs of 16. While Mogadishu at 29 is sunny with highs of 30 and lows of 25. It's sunny in Addis Ababa at 19 with highs of 22 and lows of 10. And we're looking into a mostly cloudy Lagos at 25 with highs of 30, highs of 32 and lows of 23 in a sunny Kinshasa. Out into Beijing, it still continues to rain Friday afternoon with highs of 17 and lows of 12, mostly cloudy at 14 in Paris with highs of 24, and at 17 it's cloudy in London with highs of 22 and lows of 16, and round things out in New York where Thursday night is clear at 21, coming into Friday, highs of 25 and lows of 17.
Chilled Spice.
Coming out of traffic hour, not too bad. We've done well today, guys. Little bit of traffic still in the city. Let's see what happens as we go through the day. We'll see the thicker superhighway with some traffic right around the Pangani underpass. But apart from that, I think we're good. We'll talk through it. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so let's spend the next 22 minutes learning and educating ourselves about our rights as consumers, especially when it comes to borrowing from whatever institution, whether it's a regulated one or unregulated one. So first of all, Kili, what is it that you found to be a problem? Let's set the scene. What is the problem in the market? What have you seen as complaints?
Well, in the market, the fact of the matter is that, one, majority of Kenyans are not aware of their rights as consumers. But more importantly, based on their ignorance as to their rights as consumers, they've also been able to get themselves into unconscionable agreements, especially when it comes to credit transactions. And credit transactions, like I said, these are just borrowing agreements. Many people are facing dire challenges, either fulfilling their obligations, basically fulfilling their obligations under this contract, because you find they're predatory in nature. They are also problematic in the sense that the possibility of fulfilling or redeeming yourself under those particular contracts is almost next to impossible. And due to that, property, plenty of people have lost property in that regard. And, what I'm trying to state is that there is quite a lot in terms of solutions in law for people to get themselves out of such scenarios, because the argument has always been you're bound by your contract. You're bound by contract. Like they say, you sign, right? But the thing is this: the mere fact that you signed the agreement is not proof enough, is not binding enough to the extent that you can't open up that contract for purposes of examination and for purposes of trying to evaluate, if not assess, how its compatibility with your interest as a consumer. Yes.
So what can you do?
And that is why in the law, one of the other things that is available is the fact that under Section 16, as a consumer, you are allowed or granted the opportunity of rescinding such agreements. Section 16 basically says any agreement, whether written or implied, entered into by a consumer after or while a person has engaged in an unfair practice may be rescinded by the consumer, and the consumer is entitled to any remedy that is available in law, including damages. So, and the thing is this: when you rescind such a contract, it ceases to exist as if it was never in existence in the first place.
So that means what? You return the money and they give you back?
No. The thing is this: because
if you had borrowed 100,000 and it ceases to exist as if it never happened, you return the money?
No, the thing is this. Yes, your obligation in terms of returning that which you were given, let's say they give you 100,000. Okay, you cannot say that because the unfair practice has been committed, therefore the money rests where it is. No, I will not say that. But I might only be obligated to you to the extent of the money that you gave me. All right? But anything beyond that becomes a problem. And though there's a section where the court actually, there's the opportunity for the courts also to declare such contracts, such agreements has not been in tandem with the consumer protection law, and any contract that is not in tandem with the consumer protection law is void to the extent of its incompatibility with the law. But then again, like you say, Eric, the courts can look into it, so that therefore you do not unfairly, gain out of
something like that.
Something like that. So 16 will allow you to do that. That's Section 16. Something that is also very important is Section 20 of the Act. Section 20 of the Act simply makes the point that when it comes to any property that, say, for instance, has been used as security, or any property that has been bought, say, under hire purchase agreements, all right, up to the extent that you've been able to pay 2/3 and above of the monies due under that particular contract, all right, or credit transaction, then that property for which you've offered as security is not liable for repossession unless you obtain an order from the High Court.
Sorry, I'm going to need you to say that again.
Slowly. With an example.
And diagrams.
With an example.
That's Section 20, by the way. The thing is this: you've bought, and there's case law to that effect, where a number of, especially the guys who give out cars in Mombasa, right? Quite a number of them have been taken to court on this matter, which is that a guy, you go to the yard, you buy a motor vehicle, they tell you the motor vehicle, say, is 3 million bob. All right? If you've paid up to 2 million, which I think is 2/3 of 3 million bob, all right? There's no way those guys in Mombasa, for illustration purposes, can come repossess that motor vehicle unless and until their action is backed by a court order. But the catch phrase is this: from the High Court. It does not just say any other court. The section says High Court. So for the fact that it says High Court, then the High Court is what it is. Yeah. So you can come for the motor vehicle. And quite a number of Kenyans have lost their motor vehicles under such circumstances.
So what circumstances are leading to people losing their motor vehicles? Let's look at currently, right? The examples of, say, went to Mombasa, yard, had a conversation with the guys, they gave you a vehicle, you've been repaying. And what circumstances have people been losing?
The fact that they've been paying, you run into problems a bit.
You default.
Right? But you default, the guys come with an agreement, tell you, will sign. All right, they take your motor vehicle.
Na hujamaliza kulipa.
They tell you hujamaliza kulipa, we are taking it back to the yard. We will give you your money when we sell the motor vehicle. It's not even definite that they'll give you back your money. And then you find you've lost the motor vehicle and the money.
So if that were to be the case, and I would ask, where is your decree from the High Court that allows you to do this? And in the absence of that, then I can actually refuse to give them the vehicle. Is that what we're saying?
Absolutely. They have got no right over that motor vehicle unless and until there is an order in terms of repossession, wanting to take it back.
Does disabling the motor vehicle, because we know that they have trackers, does disabling the motor vehicle, it's still in your yard, but it can aigurumi? Does it also equate to repossessing? Because many of these vehicles have these trackers.
Yes.
Where because you haven't paid, these guys can switch off the car from wherever they are, and you're not able then to start the vehicle.
I would term that as constructive repossession. Constructive repossession. It is repossession in the sense that, yes, they're not physically taking the motor vehicle, but your use of it is fairly limited. Yeah, so I will term it as constructive repossession.
So that should also not happen.
It should not also happen.
Unless with a court order.
Yeah, unless with a court order. I would term it as such. It's subject to maybe a pronouncement on the same and things like that, but that is it, all right? Then the other things that are also very important that I believe Kenyans need to understand is that also under Section 56 of that particular legislation, it says 56A, it says a borrower under a credit agreement is not liable to pay the lender the cost of borrowing under a credit agreement if the borrower receives no statements required by this part. All right? What it means is this: quite a number of microfinance institutions, and this is not a problem of banks largely, but microfinance institutions, quite a number of them don't give statements. And they don't give statements because they also do not want you to know or see the kind of creative calculations that they engage with.
Statements for what?
The loan statements. As of right, you're entitled to loan statements.
And the loan statement is your
how much you owe, how much you've been paying or not paying.
What's the information on a loan statement?
How much you've been paying, because in the loan statements, if say I have paid you 50,000 shillings, I would like to know, how does that relate to the larger debt? All right.
So how much of it is principal? How much is interest?
Is interest and things like that. But for microfinance institutions, you find you've paid 50,000. Maybe you're supposed to pay on 14th, then you pay on 18th. That 4 days lapse. You realize some of them start getting into creative ways of penalizing you and all sorts of things. All right? But they do not give periodic statements. So what the lawyer is simply saying is that if you do not give me statements, then as a matter of law, I would also not be liable to pay.
This is in the law?
It is in the law, Section 56.
I must have a statement.
Yeah, you must.
What does giving statements look like? Because the institution could say the statements are available if you just log on to your portal.
No, send it to me. If you go to the formal banking institutions, they will always ask you, how do you want to receive your statements? Do you want to receive them by email? Do you want to receive them by, of course, hard copy, not so much these days. Yeah, but they give you the opportunity to state.
So they must send
They must send
to you.
The obligation is for them to send. Now it's for you, based on technology and stuff like that, to choose.
Access it.
Yeah, to choose things like that.
Which is why I'm asking, if they have a portal, all right, and on this portal you can log on and request a statement on the portal. Would that amount to that they have actually met their obligation?
No, they should send it to you, periodic statements. You agree, you're the one. You see, statements can be sent every 2 weeks, every 30 days, every 90 days. It's for you to choose. It's for them to send. You are to receive. If you want to go to the portal, that's fine. It could be in addition to anything else.
But they have a primary obligation
to send the statements.
And if they don't send,
it's a problem.
All
right. Another section is Section 61 of the Act. And it simply says, a lender is not entitled to impose on a borrower under a credit agreement default charges other than. You know what default charges are? These penalties for late payments.
Yes.
Those are default charges. So by law, no lender is allowed to impose on
Are you serious?
Yeah, on a borrower.
No, I don't know.
No, it's section 61. I'm reading from the law. That's why I decided to print out sections of the law so that I'm able to read as is without necessarily looking like I'm giving my own interpretation.
Other than?
So a lender is not entitled to impose on a borrower under a credit agreement default charges other than A, reasonable, and in all of this, reasonable. Reasonable charges in respect of legal costs that the lender incurs in collecting or attempting to collect a required payment by the borrower under the agreement. So if there are legal costs that come with say collection, right? Then it is important.
That's okay.
But reasonable. So these are the exceptions.
Okay.
Right? But generally, the thing is that you cannot be charged.
Can't start charging
default charges. Right? Reasonable charges in respect of costs, including legal costs that the lender incurs in realizing a security interest. All right. If, for instance, the security is being sold, then there are things like maybe auctioneer fees, all those.
Okay.
Yeah, for as long as they are reasonable, you will have to pay.
Okay.
All right. Reasonable charges reflecting the cost that the lender incurs because a check or other instrument of payment given by the borrower under the agreement has been dishonored. Okay. You see, if a check is dishonored, the bank, for instance, may charge you a fee of 3,000 bob, all right? And borrowed from a microfinance institution. Yes, I should pay the microfinance institution the 3,000 bob. Okay. But then you realize for them, they take that 3,000 bob, incorporate it into the loan, then do all sorts of things with it. All right? You even apply interest.
So it's
to charges. Because they were charged 3,000 bob.
They add it onto the loan, and it now becomes part of the loan going forward. So when they're calculating interest going forward, it's a 3,000 is included.
All of those things.
Madness.
Madness. It's good that you're describing it as it is.
But it sounds like it's everything. There's no exclusion.
So you can charge, ideally.
It's a practice because it's been allowed to continue because people are not aware that they can actually counter it.
Absolutely. You're right, Ndu.
So what steps should folks follow to be able to counter some of these things? And can you do it after the fact?
Yes, you can do it after the fact.
So somebody's come, they've charged you, they've done 1, 2, 3, and you've gone through the sufferation. Can you come back later and say, actually, you know what? What you did to me, or what you asked me to pay, I actually paid contrary to what the law says. Can you seek...
Batimayo amefunguka macho.
Can you seek redress?
Yes, you can. Especially if it is a transaction that was entered into after 2012. Because if you're relying on this law, then ideally it should be a transaction that has been entered into after 2012. All right? And then the other thing, things like prepayment penalties, you know. Section 63, a borrower is entitled to pay the full outstanding balance under a credit agreement at any time without any prepayment charge or penalty. You get?
Yes.
Most of these people will never allow you to get out of these transactions.
This was supposed to be a 5-year loan. You can't pay in the first year. What do you mean?
What do you mean? Where have you gotten the money from? That was not the agreement. And if you have to get out of it, then you're not paying us 5 million. We want 5.5, we want 6 or whatever amount.
Okay.
That is the law.
Why was that put there?
I mean, the interest of the consumer. You see, Eric, the thing is this. You've given me money, all right? What stops me from repaying you back your money if I get a windfall?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I should not be stopped from giving you back my money. The thing is this. I have not refused to pay the money. The only thing is that I do not want to continue with the loan for the duration of time we'd agreed.
Okay. Yeah. Let's flip the coin. Why does the institution have an issue with this? When they're giving you the loan, they do a calculation. They say, what's the tenure of the loan? 72 months. They calculate the interest. They compound it all the way to the 72 months. So they see our projected revenue from this particular facility is going to be this much. Now, if you come and put in, and we are looking at how much then the installments would be, and that's why they're projecting. If you come and put a huge sum somewhere here, it affects the reducing balance. And then the projected revenue is also affected, right? That's the thinking.
That's their thinking for sure.
For the institution.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
So how do we balance these two? Because they had already projected revenue based on what we had said. How long do you want to borrow this one? Do you want fixed installments? Yes. You had agreed. You want to be doing fixed installment? Yes, of 50,000 shillings. In that 50,000 shillings, initially, 80% will be going towards interest, and it will be reducing into how much then you are paying towards principal. And we've calculated and seen in the 72 months, this is how much you're going to make. And then you cleverly come and instead of doing 50,000, you start doing 200,000, 200,000, 200,000.
They lose money.
You're a criminal.
I'll just be you're a criminal. No, I'll be philosophical. You lose some, you gain some. So let them lose some, let them gain some.
But the law protects the consumer.
Yeah, but the law is about the protection of the consumer. The law simply says, as a consumer, if you're able to repay quicker than what was agreed, then there should not be any reason for you to be penalized for that. Okay. Yeah. Then some other thing that we probably also need to speak to is this thing that it is called Section 65, the initial disclosure statement, which is ideally the cost of borrowing. Right? You've seen, if you go into the formal banking systems, you want to borrow $1 million bob, right? Not only will they make you sign, of course, the offer, the contracts and stuff like that, but they'll also make you sign a document that shows you the amount you're borrowing, the interest, all right, on the sum, then, of course, the duration of time, and then the total cost of the loan based on that duration of time. You've seen that with formal banking.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Then if they don't do that, then they would have run afoul of the law because they are mandated by this section to provide you with that initial disclosure statement because the initial disclosure statements basically highlights, if not indicates, the total cost of the loan.
Okay.
Yes.
So the bank, because it has all its structures in place and it has legal officers who understand this law very well, they will do this.
Yes.
The consumer is interested in the money hitting the account. Okay. So all these things are how let us sign. What should the consumer look out for in this statement? Why is this statement important?
It is important because you're able to know that I've borrowed $1 million bob after. Based on the tenure of the loan, I'm supposed to repay, say, 1.5 million. So you know that you're supposed to repay 1.5 million. So, and there are no nasty surprises in between. Now, I want to look at the other side, the informal sector, the microfinance institution. You borrow $1 million, all right? And before long, they tell you it's 4 million.
It's 4 million, surely.
Before long, it's 4 million bob. And they don't give out this initial disclosure statement. They don't tell you the cost of borrowing because they leave it to creative accounting and mathematics, right? You've been given $1 million. It's
fraud.
It's theft.
Yeah.
I don't know of any other way of tapping it. I've given a microfinance. I've given you $1 million bob, or I've given Eric $1 million bob. Eric down the line, you just default. For them, you default once. And that's just about it.
It was supposed to be the 14th. And 14th midnight passes, and you're in default.
You're in default.
Right.
Then things just start going. Remember, the interest is already very high, 72%. All right? It's very high. Then these other things, these penalties that are prescribed by law, they start coming into play. Before you know it, your car, which is worth 4 million and for which they've only given you $1 million bob, goes. Right? It goes. How do you repay 4 million? Maybe that's extreme.
You will never finish.
$1 million bob loan with 4 million.
Yeah, if it can't. $1 million bob can't give you another $1 million bob in a year. So they are saying it will be a problem if a consumer under a credit agreement is not given this initial disclosure statement. Such that if I'm borrowing that $1 million bob from the bank or from the microfinance, I must know that ultimately this is the amount of money that I'm paying, the interest rates that I'm paying, and things like that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
This was very, very informative. You'll come again and we'll open up for questions for people to ask you. Odhiambo Akum is a consumer policy and regulatory compliance expert. He's been our guest. Thank you very much for tuning into the Situation Room today and this week. Ednah, super producer, is proceeding on leave for 4 months. 4.
Come here.
Hey, she's going for 4 months.
Come
All
here.
right, Ednah, thank you. All the best. We'll enjoy your absence and we will miss you. Lydiah will be holding fort in the meantime. Have a lovely weekend. See you on Monday, God willing. It's 10 a.m.